We have a very exciting session on mastering social media for doctors, a topic which is generally not discussed, and therefore we put it up in the Mumbai Kidney Foundation as nephrology beyond classroom. And some of the topics which we hold are generally to teach you skills which are not taught when we are in medical school. This program is with Mumbai Nephrology Group, who has taken the liberty of allowing us to join hands and thereby ask all the Mumbai Nephrology Group nephrologists to attend it. Happy to have Rushi representing us and many other nephrologists. The plan is to have first session on the traditional way of how to increase your practice in nephrology, and then from 10 a.m. onwards to let us know about the modern concepts of using social media for enhancing your practice, your brand, and many other advantages which social media offers today, without which today's generation of nephrologists will find it difficult to navigate their way in private practice. Without wasting much time, I will call upon Dr. Mukesh Shetty to come and deliver his talk on how to become Mukesh Shetty in private practice. The scenario, Mukesh, is like this, that you have just passed from DNB nephrology or DM nephrology from KEM, and you are starting your practice in Thane, Mulund, Ghatkopar belt, where there are already 20 nephrologists breathing down your neck who are already established, and you from day one want to start your nephrology practice. How would you go about it the traditional way in the next 25 minutes? And to chair the session, I will invite Dr. Rushi Deshpande to come on the dais, and maybe I'll give him company. Come. Rushi.
So Mukesh doesn't need an introduction to this crowd. So just to give the scenario is 20-25 years back when he started, and we know he is now king in that area where he's practicing. So from then to today, if Mukesh was to be relaunched today, how would he do it in today's difficult situation?
Right. Hello. Mukesh is ideal because he's not just a nephrologist and not just a good nephrologist. He's an entrepreneur. He started chains of dialysis centers. He's, of course, a good comedian. He has played roles in TV, and he can mimic anybody in this audience, and you won't be able to make out what it is, that person or Mukesh Shetty. So Mukesh is ideally suited to take this talk. Mukesh, please.
Thank you, sir, for inviting me and to share some of my thoughts. I was a bit sort of confused about this heading, as successful as my name, but then I'll just clarify that what is success? You know, whether you want name, fame, money, accolades, your relation with colleagues, and then I found out that if you have to really label yourself as a successful practitioner, what it matters is, are you happy about your practice? So happiness should be the quotient for your practice. And then I say, ki, should I? मतलब भाई ने बोला करेगा तो करेगा. Okay? So naturally then I took up this topic and said I should discuss. And then I decided full confidence में जाने का और विनम्र से बात करने का. So विनम्र is the most important component. So the tips and tricks of private practice, the traditional model. Of course, I'm going to give a little background when we started 20 years ago, and then the new situation that if there are 20 nephrologists in particular one suburb, what should be the approach? The survey conducted by Forbes revealed that only 6% doctors are happy. Another survey done by an Indian medical group showed that more than 65% of Indian doctors are not happy, and over 61% doctors would not want their children to join this profession. That is a real state. This is a basic survey by Forbes just recently. So success is defined in units of fun. It's all about being happy. That was Jack Nichol's statement. You need 3 skill sets to be a happy doctor. Medical school provides only one, the technical skills. And the real problem comes because you don't have exposure to learn the human skills as well as the business skills. And that is what actually matters when you go for the practice. So when we traditionally started, this was the Mumbai suburb. And you will be surprised to know that from almost maybe Thane or here Karjat and here up to Ghatkopar, there are only 3 nephrologists. All 3 are here. Dr. Dedia sir was there in Ghatkopar. I was there at Mulund. Gunjatika sir was there in Thane. And up to Karjat, there were no nephrologists. So where was the problem? There are very few nephrologists and plenty of patients all around. In fact, patients used to discuss among themselves, who is a doctor, who is a doctor, who is a nephrologist? And then someone used to point, ki wo udhar baitha hai. And that is how people started approaching us. So we hardly had any problem in setting up our practice. क्योंकि मैं उस जमाने का डॉक्टर हूँ जहाँ हम खड़े होते लाइन वहीं से शुरू होती थी मरीजों की. So that was easy to set up the practice, and there was never a problem about developing a practice. But now, how to find a good doctor? People Google and then found out that who is the best doctor in their area. So naturally, the practice pattern has changed. And if you have to really compare theoretically that what is a traditional mode of practice and what is a new model of practice, then you will find that in traditional model, systems often disrupt the patient-physician relationship. And that probably could be even possibly new model. Care is provided in both sexes and knowledges, which is again applicable to both. But physician is center stage. Again, that is common to both. Unnecessary barriers to access by patients. But in new model, you have open access by patients. So that's the difference. Care is mostly reactive, but care is both responsive and prospective in new model. You have a medical record which was paper-based, now it is electronic-based. Unpredictable package of services offered. Here now the packages are defined. It's an individual patient-oriented. Here it is individual and community-oriented. Communication with practices synchronous in person or by telephone. Here now there are so many other options, email, web portal, voicemail. Quality and safety was mainly assured. Processes are in place for ongoing measurements and improvement of quality and safety. So you'll find that there are several such differences between the traditional model and the new model. And most importantly, now the struggles financially. We were always not very clear about the financial model of how to practice, but now it's definitely a positive financial margin, adequately capitalized. No corporate hospital will ever find losses in their notebook just because they have adequately assured that the finances should be always the center point of any business, which of course was not the concept in our traditional model of practice. So new, what is the current concept? People often feel that there are 20 nephrologists in one suburb. This is the recent data which shows that even in India, there is less than 1 nephrologist per million population. This is the 2022 data. And if you now extrapolate, the nephrology market is going to grow in billions. By around almost 2027, we'll have a 102 billion turnover just in India about the nephrology. So there's no fear, just because you are 20, it should not be a problem of setting up your practice. There is still a wide scope of doing best. That because the demand is always more than the supply. Yet we see there are 5 nephrologists who are in one suburb, they are pouncing on 1 patient. So what is the reason for that? If there is there are plenty of nephrologists needed, and then you may be 5, equivalent to that, the number of patients also should be more, but that doesn't happen. And that was because this was a survey in Africa that they found out that there are nephrologists, but they are mal-distributed. If you take one suburb, there'll be 16 nephrologists, and there'll be 3 suburbs where there is no nephrologist. Like Vashi has almost 15, but if you go ahead, Belapur has no one. And that is how, because of this mal-distribution, you have this problem, because then naturally you don't get enough work if there are too many people in one area. And in case they just decide to little plan that way, probably it would be easy. Then several factors came out that there is shortage of nephrologists, poor career planning, need to change the nephrologist training program, excessive workload, especially in the public sector hospital, but with inadequate remuneration, challenging work environments. These are all the points which came out from this survey, and probably it is still applicable not just in Africa, but also in India. So the problem is that everyone wants to work in their own vicinity. Why can't we have a home at one corner and the working area could be at the other corner? As long as you can travel in a day and meet the 2 ends, then probably it won't be a problem. So choose your area in a proper way where there is more demand, less congestion of nephrologists, and then you probably won't take much time in setting up the practice. Our model was that we used to either go to a GP, introduce ourselves, go to a physician, we used to hold CMEs, we used to keep a PRO, who used to then distribute our cards. I don't have to explain this slide. There's a Caesar shown with GPs agreed. And there are now several parties or or get-togethers held, and then you try to be in contact with your. Now, basically what I'm trying to say is this was the traditional model even at our time, but I'm sure none of us did ever such thing. We never met any GPs, we never met any physicians. Yes, whenever there was an invitation, we used to hold CMEs. We never had those parties, and probably the area of our was that the cut practice was not needed at all, because there were anyway plenty of patients waiting for you. So this was not must, but now of course it has become the part and parcel of your development of practice, but it's easily avoidable by just holding one component, that is patient education program. Your patients are the best distributor of your name, and if you every weekly or maybe every monthly, whenever you get time, gather some patients, explain some topics which could be nephrological, which could be even the general behavioral aspects of their disease, trajectory of their mind, and the other problems which they face in day to day, because there is some sick individual. You can even explain the caregiver. There are so many topics revolving around patients. You keep explaining them, and then probably they'll be happy that, no, I can connect with this doctor. This doctor understands us, not just kidney point of view, but he knows what is exactly going on in my house, how we are stressful, how one CKD patient maligns the entire atmosphere of the house. If that you pay started attention, you don't require a GP, you don't require any physician too, because the patients will bring patients. And last 30 years of our practice has been based only on this phenomena. I hardly get even a single patient referred by GP. No, in fact, they come voluntarily because probably their problem is not solved. We hardly have any cross utility by other consultants also. But I always ask the patient, how did you come here? He said that, oh, so-and-so was treated by you, and he passed on your name to us. So this is a very important weapon and should not be underestimated of direct connect with patients. So it depends upon your priority and options. You want to be a full-timer, public sector or private sector. You want to independently set up a practice. You are starting a practice with well-known setup of other specialty, which are, physician setup or oncologist setup or nursing home setup. When I thought so, that there was a very popular physician in our area, Dr. Davda, and I went to him that, you are such a big figure and I'm a newcomer and I wanted to start practice with you. He gave a very $1 million advice to me that if you practice here, you will be labeled as Davda's nephrologist. Okay? Why I want to get labeled as Davda's nephrologist? There is no nephrologist in Mulund. If you just open up 200 square feet independent practice, at least they will know that you are a nephrologist of Mulund area and not labeled as my nephrologist, because the others would not now naturally like. They would feel that if they refer a patient, you will bring it to my nursing home. And that really played a big trick. That time, in fact, even buying a 200 square feet was a difficulty for me, but somehow I managed, and then it labeled as a kidney clinic, and then the patient started coming there. You could be an entrepreneur. It's not very difficult to think about, dream about nursing home, forming a boutique hospital, 100-bedded hospital, corporate hospital. Everything is possible. You just require the zest and the enthusiasm and a continuous dreaming of that particular your achievement, and then you will be able to do one day. So I'm sure that most of us probably would believe that independent setup of a practice is better. You can even choose a private practice with corporate attachment, which many of us do, or you can always keep your entrepreneur activity in mind. So I was in Sion Hospital, and Dr. Hase sir was my teacher, and I spent 10 years there, 1994 to 2004. In fact, what we did there, and in fact, sir knows, I never had a single paper or publication in the Estonia, but what I was interested in is just see loads of patients. In fact, sometimes I used to see patients till 5 p.m., go back and then what was wrong. And whenever we saw that loads of patients in Sion Hospital, it gave me the confidence that, any such patient with any variation, I'll be able to manage. In fact, nephrology and general medicine often overlap. And sir being a good teacher in both, I learned a lot of tricks of general medicine as well as nephrology under Dr. Hase sir. And that really helped me, because even today, when I see some patient, I relate to someone I saw 20 years ago, 25 years ago, that his signs and symptoms are same like I saw that in ward number 6, then probably we should go on the same lines, and that really helps. Then we developed our sort of expert opinions on critically ill patients. We did a lot of procedures, and it gave me a practical experience of doing almost all possible procedures in Sion Hospital. So I use rather for my advantage of learning more and more. The idea is that today I see that once you obtain your degree, immediately you're looking for job opportunities. Either you start applying to corporate hospital, you start applying here and there, and that is avoidable because initially there are so many other areas where you can groom yourself. spend at least 2 years in learning further. You could be take up an ISN fellowship, or you can take up some big hospital like PGI Chandigarh, and then learn something more, or you can go for nephrology associates program, because all of that will give you a little more confidence, and you would not be very new when you actually enter into the practice. So of course, at the other end, people say that सब पैसे का खेल है, जी जान लगा दो पैसे कमाने में, क्योंकि पैसा बहुत जरूरी है ज़माने में, ये सही सोच और सफलता. But what is most important is, the more you learn, the more you earn. You won't be ignorant about any particular aspect of nephrology. Probably anyone who walks in, they said that there is a difficult vascular access, and you know about PD, you yourself can put a PD catheter. There is no need for even a neurosurgeon to come if you have learned those things. I now see that many of the nephrologists are doing AV fistulas. That's a great thing, because that naturally increases your remuneration. Some people are doing perm cath insertion. So all those you can learn first, and then so that you won't be. So there are several headings. It's not just OPD practice or transplant, but tunnel catheters, biopsies, even sonography related procedures, all that you can master, and then probably you will not find any difficulty. So it takes courage to live your dream and bounce back when you have been knocked down. Your dreams give you the energy and inspiration to live a great life. And Yasi, in fact, he's a Chinese expert, and he says that you learn to be a doctor by studying doctors. And you need to pick up best of the points from your seniors, practicing colleagues, juniors, and try covering up your shortcomings, and keep learning, and you will succeed. So let your actions be louder than your words, and your dreams bigger than your fears. So that's important, because start working to fulfill your dreams. Otherwise, someday, someone will put you in work to fulfill their dreams. So you plan it out, at what are your dreams? You want to be an entrepreneur, you want to just be in the corporate expert, you want to be just having an independent clinic, you want to start a chain of dialysis, you want to start your own distribution. Anything and everything is possible, and it depends upon what is your mission, vision, and aim. If your aim is to gain name and fame in the society, money, name and money, achieve name as excellent academician, popularity as practicing nephrologist, popularity as a speaker, popularity as a social influencer, popularity as activist, or foundation of charitable work, popularity in general population, media presence, all those headings, one can really go through, give a good time to have your own introspection about these headings, and decide that in which section I want to be, because you can't be master of all. You have to basically decide that this is a segment probably that suits me. Some people are very great academicians, and they have done wonders by being in public sector hospital. They have written papers. They are now getting accolades at every platform of national or international conference. That's their dream. Versus you want to be social influencer. Yes, there are people, there are 50 million people are following them, and that was their aim, and they put all their efforts into one. So decide that which is the heading for us, and then probably the common, that name and money, of course, is important, academician up to some extent, speaker probably, maybe, or writing could be their agenda, and those things they can find out. So people often feel that what is nephrology? If I see one patient, I get remuneration. These headings, if you now go through, you'll realize that there are several ways of earning money. Consultation, procedure, dialysis revenue, kidney transplant, pharmacy outlet, labs, ambulance service, ultrasonography, food service, equipment trading, home care, even behavioral therapy. All these headings, I already attempted, and probably I am doing everything. And probably you'll find out that maybe the remuneration only from OPD is X. But when you add all those things as backward integration, patients are happy because they get everything under one roof, and your remuneration gets doubled or tripled. And that is why it's important. Networking, of course, is important. Wander, and you will wonder by response you get. As I told you that often people would like to practice in their vicinity of residence. That should not be the approach. If you really go across a little few kilometers. There are friends of mine who used to go to Gorakhpur on every Sunday. There are people who are practicing in Pune. They capture at least one distant suburb on their weekends, and they see almost 150 patients on that day, because there is no nephrologist there. And whatever patient, they want to pick them up for their transplant and all. There is a regular supply of patient from that area. So wandering is certainly helpful. And if you wander in a vicinity of 15 to 20 kilometers, you will always find that there are now no dearth of patients, and they are literally coming every time. One aspect which one should not forget is the behavioral aspect for nephrologists. You have to always keep cool. Never shout, abuse, get angry on patients. Never scare patients by giving them accurate scientific data. You know, आपकी दोनों kidney खराब हो गई है, 80% खराब हो गई है, because you know the biopsy shows that 80% glomerular already fired, fibrous, and then you culminate that into a figure. Naturally, patient is going to get disturbed. He may get even confused that am I going to live further or not. Always avoid words like death and dying. Okay? And then learn about record keeping, learn about the legal aspects, the insurance, the consumer, the taxation. The last line was that what is your practice? You know, you say 100%. It is always 60% of yours and 40% bounce back from other nephrologists because they have been defaulters in those headings. So at least one need not be a defaulter at your level because your practice will always get enhanced if you don't commit mistakes. So naturally, you are not going to sort of hide the truth. If you want to really convey the message that yes, both the kidneys are fired, I start talking anything and everything beyond that. अरे तो किडनी खराब हो तो क्या होगा? उसके बाद ही the patients come to us. We are nephrologists, where we see patients with normal kidneys. That's our job. Otherwise, we would not have been assigned to be here. Now our job starts, that both the kidneys are fired. So that gives them solace. Oh, there is some hope. You can be rehabilitated. And then you can start, right now you are going to be only on medicine. Maybe later on we'll think about any other renal replacement therapy. But as long as you allay their anxiety, naturally they are happy. Most important is, now consumer court cases are rising and some are related to medical jousting. Never fall into that trap of medical jousting. अरे ये कैसा दवाई उसने दे दिया? The other colleague. Okay, today, of course, you might feel that I am pointing out mistakes of my colleagues. That is called as medical jousting, and might be I'll get some upper hand, but that never happens because someone else would now naturally repeat for yourself. So medical jousting is something which is definitely avoidable. It never helps. In fact, it gives the clue or the point for the consumer to probably feel that the therapy is not proper, and he might even put you into court cases, and that is of course avoidable. It's not good for the medical community itself. Be compassionate. Be compassionate with whom? With your subordinates, technicians, housekeeping, nursing staff, RMOs, PROs, front desk, everyone. So never ever, probably shout at them or never ever, even if you want to fire them, call them in the OPD or your own cabin and say that these are the mistakes you did, because they are also promoters of your practice. In fact, I get at least 5 patients from these headings. The nurses bring their relatives, the ward boys get their relatives. Sometimes the PRO says that, I know some patient. You don't always need GPs and physicians to refer a patient because there are enough patients in the community. Those even technicians bring patients that are in Gujarat Deklo. My brother from, he has some raised creatinine. They are already aware of some headings of nephrology. In fact, even the GPs wouldn't know, but they at least know there is something like kidney, and if it is fired, the creatine goes up. Okay, so they are your best supporters, and they can at least supply 10% of patients in your practice. Enhance your skills in your hobbies. That's very important because they act as stress busters. In fact, like it was mentioned that I was passionate about acting. So in fact, the story is that 12th, I went to FTI in Pune, brought their form and filled up. My father said that if you get marks, nothing doing, then you have to go for medicine. If you don't get, go for the acting. But unfortunately, I got marks, and then I was written as a doctor. But otherwise, at least one skill, because there are highs and lows in your life. Sometimes there are very bad patients, and then you are disturbed that what you're worried about your outcome. But all these hobbies would basically be acting as a stress buster. But that should not be that you are master of your hobbies. कुछ तो बात थी उसमें. अच्छा क्रिकेट खेलता था, कराओके सिंगर था, बोल बच्चन था, प्रैक्टिस के सब काम करता था. That should not be the concept. So you have to have enough grip on your subject, and you should be able to practice well. Most important is trajectory of time, and you often miss this trajectory. That 29 or 30 you become nephrologist. 30 to 33 you probably go for your fellowship. 33 to 38, that's your prime area of private practice. Just explore everything, local, wandering, corporate, wherever you can see patients, give priority of seeing patients. If you want to be an entrepreneur, this is the best period, 40 to 43. Becoming an entrepreneur at 60 becomes difficult. Always think about group practice. That will enhance your load and in fact give you more returns. Maybe at 51, 60, think about foundation, or some helping nephrology societies, like Dr. Umesh Khanna is doing. Okay, he's holding so many programs and is enriching the content here. And beyond 60, it should be a stress-free competitive practice at your own terms. No, if you don't want to go and attend an emergency patient, it should be possible. By then, if you already achieved your goals of the money, then probably it would be easily possible. When you form clinics, they're of various types. Premium charge.
Mukesh, we started 5 minutes late, so we'll give you 5 minutes.
Yes.
And
Yeah, I'll finish in 5 minutes. Yeah. So premium charge or low volume, because premium charge OPDs are always going to be low volume. Medium charge would have moderate volume. Low charge would have high volume. And a combination of two, distant clinic with medium charge and your moderate volume in fortnight basis. So all OPDs are good, because all of them are going to give you remuneration. So whichever way, many people feel that, ये तो 300 रुपया देता है. Why should I join a charitable hospital where I get only 350 rupees? But there is the place where you will get your name. And maybe they would then pass on to their other people, probably whom they can afford to pay high charges, then they'll trace you to a corporate hospital where charges could be higher. Clinics are also of different types. So if you want to have a renal clinic, probably that is where you will not see more than 5-7 patients at a time. You change your subject, that I am also preventive nephrologist. There will be loads of patients, because people will say, no, my kidneys. No, this is the way, just by changing your heading, you can attract patients. I know some people in Kolkata who have already floated this group called NephroCare, and they are doing everything under daycare clinic, right from the HLA lab to almost all the AI-based workup they have been doing. So it's always important to be a jack of all trades and a master of none. But now the new entities, at least you should be master of one. Probably if you have more grip on electrolytes, you'll find that probably those cases which are not solved by any, the RTAs and dyselectrolytemia, which are very difficult, okay, or those syndromes like Gentleman syndrome and all that, you have a grip on that, you'll be able to solve. One topic, pick up, which is close to your heart, and be master in that topic, and you'll find that those cases are regularly supplied to you. Never underestimate the power of the medical representatives. My first 3 centers of the new company where I floated this dialysis chain were given by medical representatives. And that too far off, where my marketing was impossible. They said, there is someone whom I know in Nagpur, they are interested in forming a dialysis center with you, we will be ready. And in fact, that really helped me, because across the globe they are wandering for their own work, and they can definitely spread your name. How to impress upon your customer patients? Give enough time for consultation. For first and foremost, allay their anxiety. Outsource some aspects of your time to nurse, dietitian, tape. Explain, explain, and explain. And then keep some informatics ready, because that could be a ready-made visual impression of your subject to them. And there are so many other things you can do and impress the patient. Wealth management is extremely important, because that is the poorest aspect of any doctor. But if you plan it well, you'll have enough money not only from your practice, but all from your other sources, which I mentioned. Some money will be obtained by pharmacy, some would be from labs, some would be from distribution, some would be by procedures, some would be by group practice. So that's the way of getting enriched. Of course, at some stage, you think about giving back. So think about charitable trust. You can always adopt some poor patients, and those patients would, of course, be helpful, because though you are giving them subsidized treatment, they are the one who would basically spread your name. So it's one small step for man, but one giant leap for mankind. गरीबी को सुनो वो तुम्हारी सुनेगा, तुम 1 पैसा दोगे वो 10 लाख देगा. This was a very popular song, and never underestimate the power of common people, because it is the common man who makes you the uncommon individual. And that there are loads of people who meet Amitabh Bachchan and various other actors only because he's popular, but that popularity was given by common man only. Group practice is the way to go, and I always believe that there are always pluses and minuses in any practitioner. Sometimes in group practice, your minuses are also covered. You are not good in a particular aspect, but then it will be concealed, because your fellow who is very good in that, they would always feel that this group is good, and that way you can cover up and enrich your deficiencies and process. And of course, work-life balance is extremely important. I'm afraid you will have to stay late tonight. I want you to attend this talk on work-life balance. So that should not be the method. You have to pay attention to your work-life balance. And it's a very difficult task, because in fact, I always feel that work-life balance is a myth and not the reality. But yes, if you can make it into a reality, that would be a great. And be happy doctor and happy practicing. So basically for newcomers, the whole idea is these are whatever our experiences been jotted down in one presentation, but pick them up, give a solace to your mind and think what is the sector you want to prevail and make your name in that subject. Start working, never be afraid of entrepreneurship. It is always doable. There will be people who would help you and they will be able to in fact even whatever contribute funds for that. You just need the zest, enthusiasm and perseverance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukesh. So this was vintage Mukesh Shetty. I was in a dilemma as to what should be the topic of how successful you should be. Should you be Mukesh Shetty or should you be Rushi Deshpande? So I will ask Rushi Deshpande to give his comments as to how to become Rushi Deshpande in practice.
So actually, I would first say that had you arranged this program 20 years back, it would have helped me a lot to learn from Mukesh Shetty at that point. But I'm really happy for all the youngsters here who are getting to learn different ways of practice, and they can actually plan going back what model in practice would suit them the best. I suppose at the end, I mean, we just need to be happy doing what we do. And as long as we are getting a certain satisfaction from serving our patients, the rest of this, I mean, one suggestion I would definitely give, don't try to do everything. We have to choose what we are good at, and we need to keep doing that regularly. Trying to do everything, I don't think we are going to be able to do it. There's hardly anybody who can do those things. But doing a few things and doing them at your best. So, when I was doing my graduation, I was always thinking which specialty I would get, what I would do. But then, from then on, I decided one thing in life. There are a lot of things which are not in my control. As to how much marks I would get, what specialty I would get. Those days, we didn't have the private resources to do and all this. So we said, whatever we do, the aim will be to be the best at what we have done. And I suppose that even though I have not done that, I suppose some of you might be able to actually be the best at what you have been trained for, and then you can become a Mukesh Shetty one day. Thank you.
Thank you.
You should always have the opening batsman as a prolific scorer like Mukesh. I think we are on time. We started 5 minutes late. We'll continue to be 5 to 7 minutes late. After the traditional way of practice and brand building, I thought we move on to the main session for which we hold this meeting today, and that's social media. To take us through the entire program, I would invite Dr. Siddharth Warrior to come on the dais. Siddharth is a practicing neurologist who did his MBBS from JJ, MD Medicine from KEM, and then went on to SGPGI to do his DM Neurology, and also then completed his MRCP degree. He started the Poetry Club in Mumbai and Lucknow. He's been trained for Carnatic music, trained in Carnatic music. He writes, blogs, teaches or used to teach a lot the students. He's a certified scuba diver, a motivational speaker, and in between all that, he married my daughter also. On his YouTube channel, he explores science, mental health, and human behavior, bringing neuroscience to the mainstream conversation, destigmatizing mental health, and facilitating conversations on behavioral change, mindfulness, and learning. I want to tell you how many followers he has and all that, but I want him to take us through the social media platforms and its role for doctors, not just nephrologists, but all the practicing doctors. Over to you, Siddharth.
First, second.
ऐसे करो ना, क्लिकर भी है, माउस भी है, पॉइंटर भी है।
Hello. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. Before I start, I would also like to call my colleagues, Dr. Tanaya, Dr. Agni, as part of the panel. I would love to have them also to participate in this discussion. A quick introduction to both of them. Dr. Agni Bose is a dermatologist. He's practicing in Juhu. He is also an alumni of KEM Hospital. And Dr. Tanya is an embryologist. She's working in Allahabad. And also, both of them are content creators. You may have seen them on YouTube, on Instagram, and very close friends of mine. Over the last 4 years, as other doctors have formed group practice, there are some doctors who have also formed group practice on Instagram and become content creator friends. So I'm happy to have them here. Also, before I begin, Dr. Mukesh Atte, the talk was so wonderful. As somebody starting out on their practice, I feel that this is a privilege to have heard so much advice in 20 minutes. I feel that this is exactly the sort of mindset that one should have while going into practice. So I'm so grateful, sir. Today, the talk that I'm going to give initially is going to take a deviation from traditional practice. These are not topics that are usually covered in our residency. We don't really talk about this in medical conferences. But there is an overlap with what sir said, because a couple of points that he mentioned is an extension of what I'm going to talk about. So, should doctors be on social media? The answer is yes. Thank you, that was my talk. But let's go a little deeper into why. So, as doctors, as medical residents, and as practicing consultants, we define ourselves in many ways. We are people who treat others, help others, but the core responsibility that we have is communication. We have some things that we know, and when we share that knowledge with others, it helps them. They are able to live their lives better. So doctors have always been in the business of communication. Now, how we have communicated with the world has changed over time. So initially, 20 years ago, we would communicate one-on-one when a patient walks into our clinic, and we would step out of our clinic. We would go to where the audience was. We would go to school events. We would hold medical conferences. We would hold health camps. We would reach out to 10, 50, 100, 1,000 people. For some privileged people, they would get on the radio, or they might have newspaper articles written about them. They might be invited to write newspaper articles. They might go on television. They might go on the news. But this is not something that most doctors get the opportunity to do. Some doctors even write books and publish papers. All of this is for the same general purpose, which is to communicate. I have something to say. I hope that you want to hear it. Let me put it out there. Then the internet came. People started searching for doctors on the internet, and then they would find their websites. So there was a phase where all doctors started making their own websites. The word SEO became very famous, because how does somebody find you on the internet? But that basic need of communicating what we want to share hadn't changed. People started writing blogs and newsletters. So throughout history, doctors would always communicate with people where they are, where the people are. So if the people are in schools and offices, doctors would go there. If the people came on the internet, doctors would go there. Today, everybody is on social media. People are on Instagram, people are on LinkedIn, on YouTube, on Twitter, now X, Facebook. So it's not so complicated to think that, of course, doctors should be on social media, because our core drive hasn't changed. We still want to communicate what we know, and we will go to where people are, as we always have done. So, reason number one, should doctors be on social media? Yes, because we have health information to communicate. And this is where things change, because earlier, if you were to sit in front of a patient and communicate with them, you are talking to one person. At the max, you're talking to their family. If you go to a school, a health conference, you're talking to 100, maybe 1,000 people. Today, the power of social media is that your one post or your one video can potentially reach the whole world. So even the possibility of being able to talk to 1 million people is a power that none of us really knew before as we were growing up. But the new generation does. So Gen Zs, people who are currently growing up with phones in their hand, are growing up with this knowledge that everything they say can reach 1 million people. Doctors should also become aware of this power. There was an article that was published in the American Journal of Medicine that showed how during the COVID pandemic, a couple of really important papers that were published were cited around 200, 300 times in the official journals, but when they were shared on Twitter, they got around 1 to 3 million impressions. So it's not just doctors who are getting access to medical information, but also lay people, which is what the purpose of medical information is at the end of the day. So this is a big power that we should not overlook. So the second reason why doctors should be on social media is to amplify your health message. The more people get to hear of it, the healthier everybody gets. Number 3, health misinformation is a pandemic. It is happening everywhere all the time. It has always happened. But just like how the ability to reach 1 million people is a superpower for us, it is also a superpower for somebody who does not have the best interest of the public in their heart. So say if you had a scam medicine that you wanted to reach to the whole world, they don't have the kind of credibility and validation that we do, but then they also have access to Twitter, to Instagram. So if, unfortunately, they are there on social media and we are not, this is what the public gets exposed to. And second, unfortunately, most people now turn towards social media as their first gateway of entry into information. There are several studies, mostly done in the US, but I'm sure it is also applicable in India, that more than 50% of Americans are turning towards social media for health guidance, health tips. Gen Z is turning towards social media more and more for mental health, for any sort of health-related information. There are studies showing how Gen Zs now trust the information that they get on their internet, on their phones, more than what their doctors tell them. So this is a trend, and the sooner we get used to that trend and operate according to it, the better it is for our practice. And there are not enough doctors on social media. While almost 90% of doctors do have a social media presence, they don't really post regularly. They don't really look at social media as a platform to share health information. They might be using it for their personal reasons. Now, this is a missed opportunity. And I would say we are now at a point where it is almost part of our responsibility to share what we know. So reason number 3 is if credible voices like ours don't speak up, then only the non-credible ones will be heard. And eventually, it will start affecting our practice, because those patients will eventually end up at our clinic and argue about, did the vaccine cause autism, and is the medical literature around this correct? So there is a lot of medical misinformation out there that will affect us eventually. So it's better to preemptively fight that. Number 4, your patients do Google you. I think all of you must have experienced this at some point in the last 5 to 10 years, that most patients who've come to you for the first time have at least searched for you online. And what is happening is, more and more, the SEO around the social media platforms are so good that those are the first results that come up. it may not be your website. It may probably be some random Facebook photo that you have put while you were on vacation somewhere. But that is what pops up. So if your patients are searching for you, then you should have some control over what is it that they see. So it helps to have a professional social media presence, because they are going to search, they're going to see something of you on the internet, and you need to want to make a good first impression. So reason number 4, it's good for the SEO. A small extension of this is, when people do find you on the internet, they're still looking at you as a doctor. So that first impression of yours is still going to be useful. So imagine if some patient walks into your clinic and you are there with a t-shirt and shorts, maybe that's not the impression you want to give. Similarly, when people find you on the internet, they do make an impression of you, and they bring that impression of you to the clinic. So for you, you are seeing that patient for the first time. But for that patient, you are already familiar. So it's an interesting phenomenon where patients walk in with the trust of a follow-up patient, even though they are coming for the first time. So this is a new phenomenon that doctors are experiencing, and I think it's for the good. If you are putting out the right kind of information, patients will see you in that light and come to you already with that sense of hope. So the reason number 5 is to build trust. To quickly summarize, all doctors should create social media content, because it is important to communicate the health information that we have. It is important to amplify your health message so that more people get access to credible, correct information. It helps your SEO, and it helps to build trust. Thank you. Yes, any questions you can ask. That's fair.
Yeah, even
Search
I don't know what
engine-
SEO is.
Sorry?
What is SEO?
I am so sorry. Search engine optimization. So when somebody searches for you on Google, it is the algorithm that decides what to show them. And the algorithm will pick your name and whatever are the most important variables that the algorithm thinks the audience wants to see. So if you have a website that has 1 visitor a month, and you have some Facebook post of you paragliding that has 100 likes, the algorithm will decide that the patient wants to see this, and maybe the patient does not want to see that. So that is what SEO is. Earlier, when websites first became popular, SEO was a big thing. So people would write long blogs about the topics that they think people will search for. So for example, if I had to make a website and I am practicing as a neurologist in Borivali, I would write a blog saying, why am I the best neurologist in Borivali? And then people will search for best neurologist in Borivali and find my website. That is the thinking behind it. Now, more and more, if somebody just searches for your name, they are going to find your social media presence. So that was the intention behind that.
We might just complete the second part of the program, and then second part of your talk, and
Yeah.
we have about 10-15 minutes for question answers. And the second part is choosing the right platform and content strategy, which is confusing a lot of people who attempt to start their career in
Yes,
social
absolutely.
media.
So I'm going to continue, since you're clearly having so much fun listening to me, I'm going to continue my talk and talk about now what? Now that I've clearly convinced you that you should all go on social media right now, what is the next part? What are the next steps you should take? Excuse me, can you PPT change karna?
So is the audience convinced that they should be on social media? Has he been able to convert you? Because I'm not sure how many of you all are already. So I think part of the job is done.
Partly, yes. But that is an interesting poll that I wanted to take. Is everybody on, I'm sure all of you have a social media presence, but you might be using it for your, just putting up stories. How many of you are on Facebook? Can I just see, everybody's on Facebook. How many of you are on Instagram? Amazing, okay. And how many of you are on LinkedIn? It's almost similar. Okay. All right. Now we will get to sort of the practical part of the talk, which is how to choose the right platform. And once you choose the right platform, what is the right content strategy? So platforms have been evolving pretty fast. Back in 2002, LinkedIn came, 2004, Facebook, and Twitter came in 2006, Instagram came in 2010, Snapchat 2013, and TikTok in 2016, Threads came in 2023. Now, over a period of time, a lot of these platforms have kind of merged with each other. Facebook and Instagram has merged. Twitter became X. Threads is a clone of Twitter. So today, we will primarily focus on these 4 platforms, which is Instagram, YouTube. I'll still sometimes call it Twitter, although it's now called X, and LinkedIn. The reason I chose these 4 is because I feel that all of them serve slightly different purposes, and they also have slightly different audiences. And more importantly, the same audience might come to these 4 platforms with different mindsets. So you'll find that the same person will go on Twitter and expect a different kind of content, and on YouTube a different kind of content. So that differentiation is important. So let's just talk about each of these platforms a little bit in depth. So Instagram started off predominantly as a visual platform for photographs. Instagram is sort of like the dumping ground of tech ideas. So anytime any other platform does anything well, Instagram takes it up. So when Snapchat did stories, Instagram took that. When I think Vines did well, and then TikTok, so Instagram took that. So Instagram is where everything ends up in, which is why it's a very complicated platform. It's not a straightforward one. When anybody asks you, hey, what will work on Instagram, nobody really knows. So I just wanted to put it out there. But that being said, there are some core principles of Instagram that we can remember. It is a visual platform. So it's not very text heavy, although text also plays a big role, but it's a visual platform. People come on Instagram to see and hear, not so much to read. The strengths are reels, carousels. There is a strong engagement. People come on Instagram and they stay on Instagram. People will come on Instagram multiple times. They'll open Instagram when they are bored. It is an addictive platform. So it is very trend driven, and there is a high amount of competition because each reel would last for, the attention span would last for 3 to 5 seconds. So there's a lot of competition between what you are putting out and what everybody else is putting out. How do you know if you should be on Instagram or not? We will talk about this a little bit more in depth later, but the kind of content that does well on Instagram traditionally is lifestyle, dermatology, so that's why Agni does very well, and daily tips, things that you want to hear quickly, that, oh, what do you do if you have this issue? That is what Instagram is for. YouTube, currently my favorite platform. It is best for a deep dive. It is SEO friendly. So when somebody searches for you, the YouTube algorithm is much, much better than Instagram. I'm sure all of you have experienced this at some point where you see something good on Instagram, you look away for a second, you look back, it's gone. You will never find it again. It has gone into the void. Whereas YouTube is not like that. The YouTube search algorithm is excellent. If you put out something good, it is very likely that people will keep finding it. So that is why YouTube is a much more permanent space. You put out a video today, 10 years later, it can resurface and become viral. Very unlikely on Instagram. In Instagram, when something goes, it's like a black hole. It's gone. So the content life is much lesser on Instagram. That's why YouTube is has more weight. So whatever you're putting out on YouTube, you can spend more, and you should spend a little bit more time thinking about it, put in more effort making it, because it is going to remain. The strength is long form, educational, and it's evergreen content. The problem is that it does take some time. Although now, YouTube has also come up with YouTube Shorts, which has removed all the advantages of traditional YouTube and brought in some advantages from Instagram. Shorts is great for discovery, but not very good for growing your platform as a whole. So if you just want to give small bites of information, YouTube Shorts is okay. But if you are on YouTube, what you're essentially saying is you have something to say and you want to say it properly. So there is space for nuance, there is space for graphics, you can take time, and the audience also comes into YouTube with the intention of, I'm going to spend some time on each video. 8 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, people are willing to spend. That same person on Instagram is a much more hyper agitated person. So that's what I meant by the platform decides the personality. So how do you know if you are fit for YouTube? If you like explaining, if you like case discussions, want to talk more in depth about procedures, definitely YouTube. Because on Instagram, 60 seconds is not enough time to explain anything, right? So that's why it's much more catchy, but there's cost on Instagram. Now let's talk about X or Twitter. It's very good for real-time thoughts, news, threads. It's good for updates, academic discussions. I think one of the best medical groups that uses Twitter is the nephrology group in India. I honestly feel that they've done a fantastic job. Divya, I follow you on Twitter. It's a genuinely great platform to update things and to also combat misinformation. When there is some news that has come up which is clearly wrong, Twitter gives you that space to repost it, talk about why is this wrong, and there is space for discussion. Unlike YouTube and Instagram, on Twitter, somebody can comment, somebody can have a reply. So there is a conversation that is possible on Twitter that is not really possible on the other platforms, which is why it is good for those kind of academic discussions. It is volatile, and I always feel that emotions are 10x higher on Twitter than any other platform. So somebody will be very calm on YouTube, a little irritated on Instagram, and absolutely frothing and angry on Twitter for no real reason. I think the algorithm just pushes those kind of comments up. So if you are in the business of public health information and medical news commentary, Twitter is great. LinkedIn, I'm putting this just for the sake of completion. I have mixed emotions about LinkedIn. As a concept, it is great, but it has kind of become a caricature of itself, where everything is just sort of pseudo-motivational. But the one good thing about LinkedIn is it does bring a certain level of credibility. So it's almost like your online CV. So if you want to make a list of all your achievements, LinkedIn is the one place that you can do it without feeling like you're gloating. So you have that profile on LinkedIn of all the wonderful things that you've achieved, you've done. If you've set up a new hospital, anywhere else that information will go, but on LinkedIn it will stay. So if you've published a new paper, LinkedIn. If you've given a conference, LinkedIn. So if somebody's clicked a photo of me, I'll probably go and put it on LinkedIn, right? Because that is where it will have maximum impact. On Instagram, if I put a story, and it will become a part of my professional overall brand. So for that, LinkedIn is very useful. It is less casual, less trendy, but it does have credibility, and there is organic reach for professionals. So if you are looking to hire or be hired, LinkedIn is a good place. Now, a couple of non-routine ones. Podcasting. Definitely not for everyone, but some of you really like conversations. And if that is you, podcasting is something that you can consider, because what podcasting allows you to do is have somebody else, first of all. So it's not so lonely. You're not creating content by yourself. You have somebody else in front of you. You can have multiple guests, and you can have conversations that can go far deeper into a topic than any other platform can. The problem is finding an audience, because a podcast requires an audience that is quite dedicated. because it's not as catchy, it's not as short as the other platforms. But if that is something that appeals to you, if you want to have detailed conversations on something, podcasting is a good option. It usually ends up on YouTube. You can put up audio podcasts on Spotify, on Apple Podcasts, but eventually YouTube is where podcasts end up, which is why if you are shooting a podcast, shoot video as well. Don't just shoot audio. Even if you use only the audio part, in 2 years' time, you will wish that you had the video. So that is one lesson that I've learned the hard way. And finally, newsletters. The importance of newsletters is an interesting phenomenon because it keeps going up and down. So when it first started, it was the most important thing that, oh, do you have a blog? Everybody had to have a blog. And then when the other platforms came up, the importance of blogs kind of went down. Then blogs went up again because people wanted to just sit and read. I would say that if you are somebody who enjoys writing down your thoughts, as a journal, as just somebody who notes things down, a blog is a good option. Even if you are not aiming to build an audience with it, it is a great place to just store your thoughts and you allow yourself the space to go deeper into your thoughts than on Twitter. Because Twitter is very short. You put a line and you forget about it. A blog will not let you do that. A blog means you'll have to sit with your thought. So for that, newsletters are really useful. So that's the spectrum, all the ways in which you can create content. The decision of where to start from completely depends on you. So now we are going to do a bit of a personality testing. So what type of content creator are you? Because all of you are content creators already. It's not a question because you are already creating content. It's just that you're creating content in front of your patients. So you already are content creators. What kind of content creators are you? So are you better at talking or writing? This is something that you have to personally decide. Do you enjoy explaining things visually? So if you're in front of a patient, some doctors will take out a notebook and start drawing things to explain. If that is you, then you are more visual. Some of them will just use analogies and stories. If that is you, then you are more verbal. So what kind of explainer are you? And why are you doing content? So are you aiming for patient awareness, professional networking, monetizing? I put this line because I wanted to cover it, but the truth is it's usually everything. You do want all of it. Most important, how much time can you invest? So from the perspective of time, Twitter is the easiest. Aate jate, car mein, train mein, you find something interesting, you can just post it, reply in the middle of your OPD, one line, theek hai. If you have a little bit more time, Instagram is for you. You can take out your camera. There are other talks later on that tell you how to do it. It's something, put it up. YouTube, a little bit more time investment. You need a better setup. So how much time can, important question. Usually what happens is initially you have very little time, but as your social media grows, miraculously you will find that you have more time than you think. So these, either you are the educator, you're the entertainer, you're a thought leader, or you're a storyteller. So these are the different kinds of personalities that go out there and talk to people. Important point, they can overlap. At different times, you might be different. And eventually, you might even combine all of them into one super content creator. But it's important to know, at least in the beginning, which of these appeals to you more. And that can give us an idea as to what kind of platform is most suitable for you. So if you're an educator, I would say YouTube is a great place to start. And writing blogs is also a great place to start because it allows you the space to put in your thoughts and get people to understand what you're saying better. And for entertainment, Instagram is incredible. YouTube shorts or small skits are really good. A thought leader, if you want to establish yourself as the expert in something, both Twitter and LinkedIn is great. And if you're a storyteller, podcasts and YouTube videos that involve more stories is a great option. Now let's quickly talk about individual strategies for platforms. If you're starting Instagram, both Reels and carousels are great. The good thing about carousels is they are basically photos that you can swipe through. And those photos can be actual pictures, but those photos can also be text. So one little hack that I found is that if you are good at writing, say if you want to convey something about COVID vaccine, photo, and that can become a carousel. And that same thing can go on Twitter as a thread. That same thing can also go as a newspaper, like a newsletter or a blog, turn into anything. So I would say the hardest part of content creation is the first part, that you have something to say. As long as it's come out on paper, you can put it anywhere. Now it's up to you how and where to put it. So if it's on Instagram, you can put it as a reel. Headache that most people have. I could say, what if I told you a headache could be a warning sign? Now that is a hook. People will pause and listen to that reel a little more. Carousels to break down myths, health tips, and behind the scenes, a day in the life of a nephrologist. That might be an interesting thing that your patients and their relatives and even lay people might want to see. So these are strategies you can explore on Instagram. On YouTube, 5 to 8 minute videos do really well. You can do frequently asked questions. Even if you don't think of yourself as a full-time YouTuber, even then, I'm sure that all your patients have certain questions that you keep getting asked again and again. Now, while it is important that you explain it, I feel it adds another level of communication when you can say that, hey, you can watch this video as many times as you want, especially if it's something about a procedure. So for example, if there is a certain back exercise that I teach my patients of lower back pain, and if I have a video on that, I can share that video. And the patient will feel that, oh, the doctor has created this for me. So these are interesting add-ons to your practice that YouTube can give you. You can talk about the common conditions that you normally face in your OPD, certain treatment options that you want people to know. Patient-friendly language is very important, and setting the context in the first 30 seconds is really vital. Because again, even on YouTube, 30 seconds is what they will see to check, should I invest the next 10 minutes in this video or should I swipe through? On Twitter, there is a strategy that works, which is 2 to 3 threads a week. You can take a particular topic and kind of break it down into threads. You can retweet a couple of times a week on some important health information, some health news that has happened in that last week, and one tweet about something that's happening in your personal life. But what happens on Twitter the most is authenticity really matters. So if you feel like tweeting something, if you want to comment something, and if you can do it in a way that your audience really likes, that spontaneity is really important on Twitter, because that's what Twitter is meant for, that you have a thought and you share it. And finally, LinkedIn, personal insights, case-based lessons. So if you've had a difficult case, so for example, a transplant case that did really well, that can be something that can go up on LinkedIn. And again, commenting on current health news. You can also collaborate with other corporations on LinkedIn, which is much easier on LinkedIn than other platforms. For podcasting, since I'm talking to nephrologists, I thought Kidneys Unfiltered, in case anybody wants to use it, you can. So Kidneys Unfiltered is a good name for a kidney podcast. You can have specialists, patients. Imagine having a podcast where 2 nephrologists and 2 transplant patients are sitting and talking. That can lead to some interesting conversations that other potential transplant patients might really want to see. So these are good ideas for content that can come up. What are some mistakes that content creators, including all of us, make? Everything, everywhere, all at once. When we start out, we think that sab jagah pe account banao, sab jagah pe post karna shuru karo. And very quickly you burn out, you realize this is not possible, and then you go on a 1-year break from everything. So don't do that. Start with one platform, get really comfortable with putting your ideas out there, and master the process of simply saying things out to the public. Because stage fear doesn't need a stage. You can have stage fear simply sitting at home, and just putting thoughts out there can be challenging. You might think, log kya kahenge? But eventually you find your voice, you find out, how would I say this? And once you get that, once you get comfortable, switching from one platform to the next is much easier after that. And like I said, once an idea is out there, you can repurpose it to multiple platforms. Don't use medical jargon. I don't think we realize how much medical jargon we use in our everyday conversations. So if I have to talk about ADPKD, if I say it's characterized by progressive bilateral renal parenchymal cystogenesis, okay, the line is too big. But imagine if I say this, it might be okay at a medical conference, and listening on social media, they're not even your patients. For them, it is Greek, and they don't know how to process it. Forget medical words, even long words, even words that have more than 3 syllables can be annoying on social media. So try to explain like you are explaining to a 10-year-old, and you'll find that your audio will be consistent on social media. Even 1 post a week is far better than doing 4 posts a day and then nothing for a month. So finding some schedule that works for you is good, because then your audience also learns to expect that. And then they're not disappointed. But if you put out 1 post every day and then you disappear for 2 months, they will also feel, hey, what is going on? So then that, you don't want that. You want your audience to have that relationship with you. And finally, a zoomed out approach. What are we doing this for? So in my first talk, I talked about why should everybody create content, but there's also another reason, which is ultimately it's a funnel. So doctors are comfortable with the idea of funnels. We have PROs who will go out to other doctors, or we will go to health camps. We are basically going out there. We're putting ourselves out there so that patients come to know about us. Today, that is social media. So if there are 1 million people, out of those million, how many of them see your reel or your video? From that, how many of them might subscribe to you? And how many of them will sign up for your newsletter? And how many of them will end up at your clinic or buying your course or buying your book? Ultimately, there is an income at the end of it. So the more your top level of the funnel, the better it is for your practice at the end of the day. So content creation, bypassing a lot of the traditional routes of getting to the patients. So that is the gist of why everyone should create content and how everyone should create content. If there are any questions, let me know.
Thanks, Siddharth. We will get some comments from the chairpersons, and then the floor is open for questions.
Yeah.
That was amazing. And I've been creating content for quite some while, but even I'm very hesitant to come on YouTube. I don't have a YouTube presence, but I think that was very, very nice. And you explained very well that each platform has a separate personality. As a dermatologist, I would actively go on YouTube to maybe watch a 10-minute video on subcuticular suturing. I will watch a 10-minute video. Or in COVID, I would watch a 20-minute video on butter chicken for bachelors, how to make it, right? But on Instagram, that same butter chicken recipe, I would want it to get over in 10 seconds, right? So my personality also changes according to the platform, and that was put very well. But yeah, that was amazing.
Thank you.
That was genuinely very well together. Somebody who's tried to do all of those things, and yeah, I feel that some done well, at some the distinction between how you show up on the platform versus how the viewer is showing up on the platform is really, really nice. I think I'd just like you to elaborate on one thing that I think will drive home the point of why social media is so necessary, especially for us doctors to be there, is you said something about if credible voices don't speak, only the non-credible voices will be heard. And I think that's a wonderful point that really highlights why, as doctors, it is our job and our responsibility to be on social media more than anything else at this point. So could you just maybe add a few words on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Because ultimately, we can say that we are responsible for the patient in front of us. But we are making our own job harder if we don't try to take up public education as part of our job. Because if not us, then who? Who is going to educate people about what is evidence-based medicine? What are the recent advances? And I have found that nature does not like a vacuum. Social media also does not like a vacuum. So if we don't put out health information, it's not that people don't want health information. So if we are not out there, somebody else will feel qualified to talk about these topics. So they will have their cognitive biases. I'm not saying all of them have malicious intent, but they have their cognitive biases. They will misunderstand papers. They will pick only those lines from a research paper that suits their agenda. And they might be credible in other ways. So then the audience, when they hear, say, a CEO of some tech company talking something about health, they might say, oh, okay, this person knows what he's talking about. And it might not be true. So that's why it's very important that whenever we find something like that, we say it. And in general, we put the correct, the right information out there. Because we don't know who is going to see that and talk to whom. So just as a form of public education.
I was in a urology meeting in which they actually highlighted the fact that for stones, there were many more people trying home remedies, Baba Ramdev's remedies, and many of the other kind of quacks who have described the methods to get the stone out, eventually ruining their kidneys with the stone becoming enlarged and stagnant and damaging the kidney. So
Exactly.
no credible, authentic, validated data is fed by us, the nephrologists and the urologists, which makes the common man kind of try other methods which could be harmful to them.
I would say that when it comes to health, word for the next century is preventive health. And you cannot have preventive health without social media. So the only way that we can prevent problems from happening is by putting stuff out there.
Questions?
Yes.
Divya?
Hi.
Hi, Dr. Siddharth. Amazing talk. Really
Thank you.
happy to listen to you. And the way you have put it, it is very obvious why you are so good on YouTube. Like you have the perfect YouTube personality.
Thank you.
I could make out the moment you started speaking. And I have listened to lots of your podcasts on YouTube.
Thank you.
So two questions. First is, like you said, Insta can be addictive. Insta is very addictive. Content creation can also be addictive. Once you start creating content, irrespective of how famous and influencing you become, that thrill of creating something and putting it, that can be really addictive. So how do you stop?
Yeah.
And second question is, how do you handle hate and trolls?
Yeah, that's an important question. So the answer to the first question is, if you look at it as part of your professional, your profession, it's a lot less addictive. If you think of it as public education, it's a lot less addictive. But the problem is that these platforms are designed to hook you. So you might go on Twitter to post about something, but 15 minutes later you might find that you are in some other rabbit hole, arguing about whatever. Twitter is designed to just take you into random places. So the only answer is self-awareness. There is no greater, there's no secret technique. Once you know that this is something that can happen, just becoming aware of how much time you're spending on it. Trolls is an issue, I agree, especially because nothing has such staunch supporters as pseudoscience. So if you put out a tweet or a post saying that something is wrong or this information is incorrect, 100 people might come out and say, you don't know. But that is exactly why we should do it. Because that 100 will become 1,000 if you are not there, if you don't put it out there. And the one thing that is on our side is that we are credible. And that is a big word, that has some meaning. The fact that we have gone through so many years of studying something, that has some weight to it. And I would want everyone to sort of respect that weight, as well as give that respect back. So we should not be putting out stuff about astrophysics. We don't know what astrophysics is. Similarly, if an astrophysicist is talking about nephrology, it's fine to say that, hey, listen, this is my credibility and that is why I'm saying this. So it is a fight. Trolls are an issue because anonymity gives superpowers to people and they can just say anything. But that's exactly why we should do it, because otherwise that problem will just keep getting worse.
If I can also quickly add to that, I think your second question is actually linked to the first question. It is a self-limiting disease because after a point, when fighting with the trolls, you'll have so much headache. You'll be like, screw this is not worth my time. what is worth my time is actually putting out the information. And by that time, you will somehow learn to self-manage how much you're putting into the platform while also being true to your message of actually creating awareness, but also not, wasting your time there.
Suratkal, yeah.
And one thing I'll just add, how to deal with trolls. So coming from a dermatologist, you need to develop thick skin.
Good one. Yes.
I like to write, but I don't like to speak.
Yeah.
I think blogging is quite appealing.
Absolutely.
How do I go about it?
So practically, there is a website called Substack. For me, that is like the easiest place to start. You can make an account and just start putting down your thoughts in it. In fact, you don't even need to publish. Initially, like I said, the hardest part is getting thoughts out onto paper. So even if you just build a habit of making a Google Doc and starting to put your thoughts down, once you have, say, a week's worth of content, you can sketch something, put that up as a photo, and then what you write about it can be the caption. I think all platforms will welcome you.
Mukesh, yes.
Yes, sir, please. Yeah, great question. So the correct answer is whichever one comes naturally to you, because your audience will find you. So for me, initially when I started making content, I was talking more in English. So my entire YouTube channel audience is English speaking. And every few comments is like, sir, Hindi mein bolo, aap India mein ho. But my followers are predominantly English speaking. Now when I put a Hindi video, I get that kind of audience. So whichever one is comfortable for you that can make it sustainable is the right answer. In India, especially if you are aiming to improve patient awareness, between the two, English is probably best.
I think Mumbai gives you an advantage. We always talk in English. Keyur.
Are YouTube Shorts and Insta Reels same, or there is a difference?
For all practical purposes, it's the same. You can make the same content and put it up on both with similar results. You can do that.
So today's Times of India says that 72% of, I don't know whether it's American statistics or Indian statistics, are on Facebook and only 42% are on Insta. Yet I see almost everybody, more on Insta rather than Facebook in terms of influencers and content creators trying to be more on Insta than Facebook. Is there a reason why Facebook is being pushed aside? And more importantly, because health matters more to middle-aged people rather than the young.
Yeah.
So in the light of that, would you feel that we should be equally active on Facebook?
So that's a great question. So I think Facebook came around 10, 15 years ago. So there's an entire generation of people who put in a lot of effort to get comfortable with Facebook. And any new technology takes some effort to adopt. So there's an entire generation that said, Instagram to bahut complicated lag raha hai, I'm not even going to go there. So yes, it is important to put things on Facebook. The good thing is, Facebook, you can put anything on Facebook that you're putting anywhere else. So on Facebook, you can put one-liners like tweets, you can put reels, you can put long videos, you can put podcasts. So whatever you're creating, technically can go on Facebook with very little extra effort. So whichever kind of content you feel like making, you can just put that on Facebook.
Yeah. So.
Yes, ma'am.
So, I think we'll have this in the panel discussion part. There is this question to be ordered.
Yeah,
Akash, so we're going to have about 45 minutes panel discussion on many of the other questions, but I think it's an important topic which we'll cover up. Akash?
There are two short comments and a question. One is the first line, which I always live by, and when I got on Twitter, it was because of that. Visibility creates opportunity.
Yeah.
So the world does not know how good or bad you are unless you tell the world, more about yourself. It's the American way of doing it, that you have to put yourself out there.
Yeah.
So, like, Bawasir, his phone number ko call kare was the biggest social media.
Correct. That's true. Thank you. The next time I give this talk, that will find its way to the presentation. Thank you.
Second comment with regards to different platforms. I feel as an individual, you can target different audiences. You need not target the same audience on every platform. So for example, I would be a different person on Twitter and I would be a different person on Instagram.
Yeah.
I want to connect professionally on Twitter. That's what I currently do. I don't get into political discussions or non-nephrology discussions there. My discussions there are more scientific.
Yeah.
Whereas if I'm on Instagram, it's more for lay people, or YouTube, it's more for lay people.
Yeah.
And the third was a question, is social media content an advertisement for us? And if it is, then
Again, that question, I think I will take it in.
Yeah.
But the other comments,
that will
I
be
think
covered,
you
I think,
yeah.
in the ethical discussion on social media.
Right. So we are on time. We had a wonderful initial session which
you.
set
Thank you
the
so
ball rolling, and we have very many exciting sessions to go. So thanks, Siddharth, for putting this whole topic in the right perspective, and I hope we'll continue the same. You can now call upon.
Yes, I think after this, it's
Yeah. So
Tanya?
yes. So
Amazing.
may I call upon Dr. Tanaya Narendra Urf Cuterus to give us her views on choosing the right platform and content strategy. Sorry. How to create engaging content. Sorry. How to create an engaging content. And can I call Dr. Gaurav Gangwani? I saw him on stage to be a chairperson. Gaurav is a colleague working alongside a nephrologist. He's an interventional radiologist, extremely active on social media platforms. And we learn a lot from his, I've gone through his YouTube channel. He has around 5.8 lakhs followers, and happy to have him sharing his views also. While Tanaya, please carry on.
I'm okay. Thank you. Hi, it's good morning. It's very, very nice to be here in Mumbai. Why I say that is because I'm not from here, if that was not obvious. I'm from a small city up north called Allahabad, very popular in the news recently, Prayagraj, where the big Kumbh was held. I want to start this talk by giving you a little bit of context to how I got onto social media and the one sentence that changed my life. So imagine this. I mean, this is a picture from when I was 23. I was 23 years old. I had just graduated medical school from Meerut, of all places, coming from Allahabad, and I went to study at the University of Oxford for my master's. Obviously, you know, it was a big cultural shock. It was a very jarring change for me from where I came from, the life I had seen, and the life I suddenly saw. Now, what changed my life was my professor, the head of my department, coming and telling me, the one thing you have to remember when you give any presentation at the University of Oxford is you have to kiss. Very perplexing, statement, and it left me very, very confused until I learned what he meant. So, being a good healthcare creator is like being a good boyfriend. I want to add context here. This is going to be slightly cheekier than you're used to at an academic conference, but that is the path I have followed in my profession and also in my talk. So, you're going to have to do lots of kissing. What does kiss mean? Keep it simple, silly. Now, I think Dr. Warrior had given a similar example, but here's something I heard on menstrual health educators, who's actually a doctor, on her reel, Instagram reel. Menstruation is the cyclical shedding of the endometrial stratum functionalis due to the regression of the corpus luteum and subsequent decline in progesterone and estrogen levels, indicating the absence of embryo implantation. Which could simply have been said as, a period is your uterus shedding its inside lining when you're not pregnant. Now imagine what is going to be easier for somebody who does not come from a medical or a scientific background to understand. I also want to remember that these statements really make an impact. It might sound like something really stupid like that, maybe the stupidest advice you may hear today, but these kind of simple statements are the ones that catch attention and the ones that stay in your mind. For example, the health secretary of the US yesterday went on in the news and made the statement that he is going to find the cure for autism. No, not the cure, the cause for autism by September of this year. All of the research from the past couple of years can go to hell. This man has come and declared that he is going to find the cause for autism in the next, 5 months. This kind of information, this kind of statement is going to have a huge impact on how the US sees healthcare and how the people in the US see autism patients, autism diagnosis, and autism management. So keeping it simple is very, very important. Another thing you have to do as a good boyfriend and as a good healthcare creator, don't be boring. Please don't bore whoever is listening to you. I'm going to just run through the points very, very quickly. I also do want to highlight, I said this is a lightning talk because it is going to be lightning. I'm not going to keep it long, which is another underlying subliminal message that I want to send across. We have to put in our efforts in keeping our content short. And I'm not talking about like long form content. We have a tendency of, not as doctors, as people, we have a tendency of like making things very long. And the most important thing to remember when you're going on social media right now is that attention is currency. And it's the most valuable currency that you have to work very hard to earn. So keep it short, don't be boring, be honest, communicate well. As Dr. Warrior said, we are communicators primarily, maintain privacy, and most importantly, have fun. We've already talked about kissing. You want to ensure your message is memorable. So people want to understand the basics. Every time you put out a topic, every time you want to explain a topic, think of explaining this to a 10-year-old. You have to understand that when you're working in India and when you have a regional audience, there's a huge literacy barrier. And that is why these platforms are doing so well. They are democratizing the access to health information that has traditionally stayed with only the educated class. Because of the way we speak, because of the access to doctors, it has been difficult. And now everybody, from my rickshawala to my guard to, I don't know, my professor, everybody has access to that same kind of information, except everybody may not have the judgment sensibility to decipher what is correct, what is sensible, and what is worth investing your time in. So make sure your message is easy to understand and memorable, and something that a 10-year-old would understand. Dr. Richard Feynman has this theory that if you really want to know your subject, you have to explain it to a 5-year-old, and if they get it, you know your subject. So what people want is actionable tips for better living. They do not want a detailed pathophysiology lesson. And this is important because YouTube is the second largest search engine in the world. So a search engine is basically a place where you can go and put your question or whatever you're looking for, and it's going to give you results. Google is a search engine. It is the largest search engine in the world. The second largest search engine in the world is also owned by Google by the name of YouTube. Anytime anybody has to do anything in any corner of the world, the first place they usually turn to is YouTube. How do I install a kitchen sink? Why do I have PCOS? Or how do I color my hair? The variety is mind-boggling, and people just want simple, actionable tips in an area where there's literacy exists as a barrier. So video content can be really easy, really actionable, and there's a really big impact that you can make with that. I'm going to let you sit with this for 2 seconds. I was made to change my full stop into a question mark because I had initially said doctors and scientists make boring content, because we do. But I think that is changing now, and I'm very excited to see that content creation as medics is getting the legitimacy it deserves. So thank you for having me. Because there is a skill. Doctors are inherently communicators. But it comes back to the same point. In this economy, attention is the biggest currency you have. And we have to ensure that what we are putting out there is not boring. Education versus entertainment is this balance you have to strike. And as much as it may go against the very grain of who you are as a medical professional, and you have to be serious and you have to be authoritative, I don't think that may necessarily resonate anymore with the audience we have. Why? Because misinformation is selling super well. And it is often wrapped up in excellent content strategy. These guys will have detailed monthly, plans of how they're going to put out their content, how they're going to repurpose their best-selling content, fancy edits, catchy lines. You remember that सावधान इंडिया का जो रात में आता था, चैन से सो रहे हैं तो जाग जाइए. That is the health content we are seeing these days. सनस्क्रीन लगाने से पहले 40 बार सोचिए, उससे होता है कैंसर. This is who you're competing with. So, if you're coming in with your white coat and your authoritative voice by saying, hello, my name is Dr. So-and-so, and today I will be talking about bloody da da da. You have to understand, this is not going to make the impact. I am trying to kind of maybe make Arnab Goswamis out of doctors right now, but it is important if we have to fight the misinformation epidemic. And I mean this, I genuinely mean this, you have to see this as a clinician. You have to have a clear strategy. You have to have evidence-based methodologies, and the only evidence-based methodology we have when it comes to content creation is attention is the only thing that you have to care about, aside from, of course, following evidence-based medicine. So grab their attention, use evidence-based methodologies. Good compliance to your treatment protocol is important, and how you do that is with follow-up. Keep making the same content over and over again, just in a different language. For example, a personal campaign of mine has been to get the HPV vaccine to have a lot of acceptance and get more and more people to have this vaccine. For context, the HPV vaccine is known for preventing so many different kinds of cancers. Why I personally am invested in it is because of cervical cancer being India being the leading cause of deaths from cervical cancer in the whole world, and cervical cancer being the only preventable cancer in the world with a vaccine. So, what have I done over the past 4.5 years of content creation with over 3 million people of following, a book, a podcast, all of that nonsense? I always come back to, keep putting out information about the HPV vaccine, because once anything is out there in the public sentiment via your content, they will always come back to learn more about it. So consistent follow-up is very, very important, just as it is in medicine. Trust is essential, and I love that we're already getting questions about the ethics of social media right now, because it's a tricky space. It floors you. So for context, my mother's a gynecologist. I'm not a gynecologist. After medicine, I studied embryology, and then I worked in sexual medicine. A patient of my mother who delivered 3 of her children with my mother came to the hospital and refused to see my mother and only wanted to see me for her menopausal sexual health issues. Now, it is a little bit jarring for me to see that kind of change, especially somebody who has been in her clinical care for 20 or so years. But this is where you can also see how much power this has. Over time, with the community building that I've been able to do accidentally as a result of trying to create awareness, there is an inherent and implicit trust that people are going to put in you. As Dr. Varya said, the kind of trust you build when a patient comes to your clinic after seeing you on social media is that of a follow-up patient. It's not that of a new patient. They're already more likely to be compliant to what you're saying. They're already more likely to be receptive to what you're saying. And that kind of trust building is unparalleled right now that we have this kind of access. So be very clear about any conflict of interest, any collaboration, any partnership. Show your personality, that is super important, but let information take center stage. Now, some take-home messages. So make simple, understandable, and memorable content. Dr. Varya was speaking about 30 seconds is the time you actually need for grabbing somebody's attention. I'm going to challenge that. I'm going to say 3 seconds. You have 3 seconds. And that is how social media operates. 3 seconds to grab attention, and it has to come from a problem-solving perspective. Try and answer commonly asked questions in your OPD. After about 3.5 years of content creation, I decided to build a team and have an office and sit and record there. I got a writer, all of that jazz. None of my content performed. What performed was me sitting in the middle of the OPD and being like, okay, 2 patients have already asked me about, I don't know, a vaginal wash today. So do you need a vaginal wash? Quickly shot it, quickly uploaded it, did not bother with editing. And that is what performed well. More and more people were able to learn about the fact that you don't necessarily need a dedicated vaginal wash, as opposed to me sitting down and, I don't know, making some fancy smanchy script. So when we talk about content creation, I think a lot of people get worried about how do I start? How do I build a team? How do I write the script? Don't do any of that. Do exactly what you do in the clinic, which is answer questions. I think after the OPD, I think we have about 15 questions that we're answering to every single patient. Pick up those 15 questions and answer them in 1 minute. In simple language. No endometrium and, basal layer and all of that. Very, very simple, basic information that you're answering in quick words that people can remember and also understand. Use fewer words, but powerful words. Analogies really, really help. They resonate very well with people, and they're able to remember it better. One of my most viral videos ever was actually about the vaginal wash, where I compared the bacteria that live inside the vagina with the bacteria that are inside dahi, because I was talking about lactobacillus. And I think that has over 1 crore impressions. I don't care about what impressions it generated. What I care about is that now people know that just because there's dahi, that means it's acidic, that means there's no alkaline soap that you're putting in the vagina. And that simple health information is going to transform the lives of millions of women. It sounds like exaggeration, but it really will transform the lives of millions of women, because there's so many, pH imbalance, infections, so many things that come with it. Do not forget to have fun. What has this done for me? I was invited to interview Bill Gates 2 years ago to speak about maternal health, maternal mortality. And one of my videos with Raj Shamani has about 1.5 crore views at this point. These are incredible numbers. The point here is not to flex, but the point is to show you that these are incredible numbers, and these are not numbers you would otherwise reach with traditional approaches to how we want to change perception of medicine. And I think it's imperative that we do this right now, because we just saw how COVID changed the world. We saw how COVID misinformation changed the world. The President of America told people to put bleach in their veins. This is the level of misinformation and disinformation we are battling. And if we don't act now, this is a matter of extreme urgency. If we don't act now, in the next 10 to 15 years, the kind of erosion of trust in medicine that we see in America already, we're going to see 10 times worse, because we have a thriving alternative medicine practice in India, and we already have an inherent mistrust in Western medicine, as they say. So yeah, it is time that we act now. Thank you so much. Please be good boyfriends and good content creators.
Thank you, and I think your expertise in handling some of the sensitive issues, into inverted commas, actually makes you very popular. I just read today's Times of India, and I thought that question is pertinent in the sense, how would you make it so simple to address? It was a 7-year-old boy who was extremely unhappy with his dad, and he asked his mom, why is dad not allowing me to play with the balloons which he has hidden in his drawer? And I'm particularly interested in the chocolate balloon which he has hidden in the drawer. So you need a person like you to handle how to answer these kind of questions.
So you spoke about, you speak a lot about gynecology and women's health. Please also tell people about the concept of shadow ban, because there are certain words which you cannot use because the algorithm will restrict that content. So how do you still manage to go viral, get million+ views, while still talking about sex, reproductive organs, and all of that? Like, what words not to use?
Okay, thank you. That's a very wonderful question. For context, all of my content is menstrual health, sexual health, and women's health. And one of the fun things that we have learned with social media is that there is a very puritanical view on how they see information must be shared, especially with, as you guys are the Nephrology Society, you will have to talk about certain sensitive words. You have to come up with your own unique ways. Now, a lot of educators do things like using euphemisms or using alternate spellings. What has worked very well for me, and that is what I mean by have fun, and also let your personality show, but let information take the center stage. So if I have to explain anything about the penis, say I have to talk about, I don't know, penile cancer. Instead of calling it penile cancer, I'll say nunnu ka cancer. And while it may sound very facetious, the thing is, what is it doing? It is grabbing attention. It is speaking to people in their local language that they're going to understand, which they may not necessarily understand with penile. And it is also surpassing the shadow bans that the algorithm and the platform is going to put on you. It is a very, very tricky area to navigate, and I think we all still struggle with it. But what happens is that basically once the algorithm sees that you're using words that go against their content policy, which are generally very strongly centered around talking about the genitalia, they tend to restrict your content from reaching many, many people. Now, this can look like my average reel reaching 1 million people to my average reel reaching 20,000 people. That is like 1/5 of my, my regular reach. And that can really impact the kind of health messaging you're trying to push forward. So once you do more of this, I think you'll figure out how to do it. But I think the one thing that, before we get to all of those stages is that literally in the middle of your OPD, 15 questions you answer every day, pick those up, answer those in a minute, and that's how you want to deal with it. And once challenges come like this, you will learn to figure them out, because then you will also get connected with other creators who are doing the same thing and running into the exact same problems.
So being a nephrologist, I would want to actually, if I have to start a YouTube channel or podcasting and things like that, initiate with probably kidney-related issues. But then you get tied down by the limitation of this subject. Is it okay to branch out on, the subject and go on to different other topics, even if you are a nephrologist, or for that matter, a neurologist as he does it? So is there anything that you need to, focus on in the beginning and then branch out, or you can do it from day one as to general medical content we can create? Is there a way to decide what one?
I think that's a wonderful question. I think that's something we all struggle with when we start our social media journey. Somebody asks us, "Aapka channel kis bare mein hai?" And they say, "Hamara channel sabke bare mein hai." It's very difficult to build an audience if you have everything on already. Over time, eventually, once people have resonated with who you are as a person and they know your personality, I think after 5 years, I told people my favorite flower is the bougainvillea. So now I can talk about this. But it was 5 years of consistent content that led me to that kind of relationship building with people. Is the same thing as, like a professional relationship eventually becoming slightly more friendly. Start with a particular niche. Start with being very clear and concise in who you are and what you're doing on social media. You're either there to have fun, which is great, no harm there. You're either there to have long conversations. The strategy Dr. Varia said is wonderful as a sort of defining ground for how you want to do this. But you can either decide that I'm here to share actionable tips daily about, I don't know, how to reduce hypertension. Or I am here to have long conversations on the pathophysiology of glomerulonephritis. Why not? And you will find your audience. People will come to you. It may be other medics, it may be young medical students, it may be people who want to associate. And then once you've done enough of that, your personality, people will start picking up on your personality quirks, and then you start blending whatever you're doing in your content over time. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think I can add something here. Speaking from my personal mistakes, because when I started my YouTube channel, I looked at it as a playground, as an extension of me, because it was the pandemic. There were no rules. And so I would talk about neurology, but I would also play games with my friends online. And what I realized is, while that can do a lot for you to become comfortable with the platform, it does confuse your audience. And it confuses the algorithm more than the audience, because the algorithm now does not know who to show your content to. So rather than thinking about it from the audience perspective, you have to train the algorithm. You have to basically tell the algorithm that this is me. And then the algorithm is great for figuring out, okay, if this is you, now I know who all to show your content to. So if you keep switching, or if you keep talking about a very wide variety of topics, it might be confusing. But what is interesting is, initially, your audience will come for the content, but they will stay for you. So while they may initially follow Tanya because she gave some useful information about HPV, after a while, they just want to know what she does with her life. and so they start to love her as a person, as a creator. And that is where your core community, your, your
Super
your
fans.
super fans, your family, your online family gets built. So that's an interesting transition, but initially, yes, you should know what is it that your audience wants from you.
So what's the take home for the nephrologist sitting here? How should they start their journey, social media? Say half of them get converted and they want to start from tomorrow. So both of
Wow,
y'all,
what success.
as to which part of medicine should they focus on? Because their core strength is nephrology. They'll be much more comfortable doing it. Should they focus only on that, or it's okay uske aaspaas ke sabhi areas ko touch kar sakte hain?
I would suggest the first thing you do is make an Instagram handle. I will always suggest Instagram as the first platform. I think I disagree with Dr. Warrior in saying that it's an overwhelming platform. It's easy. Just put out a video, that's all you have to do. There's no SEO. The algorithm will do what it has to push you. With YouTube, you have to learn how to push yourself. While make a quirky name, something funny, I would recommend against putting your own name in your initial days, in your handle. So when I started, I was Dr. Cuterus because I was creating content about women's health, so cute plus uterus. So anybody who the algorithm flags as interested in women's health, the uterus is already a keyword that the kind of information will be pushed in. So you don't have to be that creative. I understand it takes a lot of, because I mean, a lot of them are already taken up. So you'll come up with the nicest name, you'll come up with kidney unfiltered, but it may already have been taken. So put a name that puts your field in the username itself. So the kidney doctor, simple. Where your strength lies on social media is that young people use it a lot and young people are very proactive about their parents' health. So what will eventually happen is that their parents may be diagnosed with whatever, and they will immediately start looking up on Instagram, who can I follow for quick actionable tips? My mother got diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. Me being a doctor still went on Instagram to look up on rheumatologists to see how I can find actionable tips on how I can make my mother's life better. And children do this for, all children do this for their parents. So do this, and then make a list of 15 questions you answer every single day in your OPD. Practice those answers until your answers are about 40 seconds to 60 seconds long. Film it, post it. That's all. Oh, and just write like, when you're putting your video, just write whatever topic you're talking about, like, I don't know, why do we pee? Simple. Why do we get kidney stones? That's it. Or just write kidney stones. If I'm scrolling and I know, I don't know, my brother has kidney stones, I'll see, oh, kidney stones, okay, let's watch this. That's all. It's very simple. You have to grab them visually, very short, and put it out there. Once you start, the first step is, the most difficult step is the first step, which is starting. Just start. Eventually, you will make mistakes, you'll learn, and you'll perfect your technique. And I'll tell you, the most random things will be your most successful videos. My most successful video in all of my history of content creation was how you don't get an STI or a UTI from a toilet seat. I never thought that people would care about this, coming from a medical background, my parents being doctors. But I have met people at the airport who came and told me that every time I pee, I think about you, Dr. Cutress. Because now when I use a public bathroom, I sit down and I don't hover over the toilet seat. So yeah.
So I was going to make this as my next reel. You have already told that it's a good one.
Please do it. The more, I mean, the consistent follow-up. Thank you.
Yes, some comments.
Oh, sorry.
Questions?
The Instagram will never flag the word no. Make it cute.
Would definitely like to, yeah, thank you. Would like to thank you first because I have been getting invited to some conferences national. Recently I came from Banner Up Intervention Society. They invited me to talk on social media for a clinic or office-based lab. And all these speakers before and after me were talking, I mean, they were all from different countries talking about OBL, the logistics and so on, the ethics, legal. And I somehow start feeling very uncomfortable that now I'm going to talk about thumbnails and audience retention. And so most of the conferences I am pretty nervous, and of course the talk usually it's the graphic slide so goes on, but it's not a very comfortable situation for me. But after your talk, I am feeling the other way around now that my talk is going to be very boring. And so thank you for changing that attitude, and amazing talk. I mean, want to definitely express gratitude. I think with social media we evolve. One message I would like to share is that I saw one of your talk on, I guess, Raksha Bandhan Day, on how females are perceived, trolls and so on. It was very graphic and exciting. That day I said, okay, my talks, my social media reels, I recently started Instagram. I thought, let us try this platform also, are relatively very boring. Let me try to copy this script as it is and do the skits. Halfway through it, I realized, no, this is not me, and I cannot, even if I want to. That was you, authentic, your personality. And then I went through various reels, Dr. Yogesh Rakul, Rakshita Singh, and I realized all of you are successful because you are you. So I would like to urge everyone to explore yourself. Don't necessarily try to just imitate. You can emulate the footsteps. Yes, take ideas, take the messages, but be yourself, whatever you are. So now pediatricians, I see some pediatricians doing such graphic stuff with kids on social media and getting successful. But then there are those who just come online and just say, okay, mother asked me, my son is getting colic, what do I do? And even she has the same number of views. So point is, be yourself. Of course, if you see not having success, you can keep evolving with time. Like she said that with time you make mistakes, you learn, you get uneasy, क्यों views नहीं आ रहे, you try to switch things. So keep doing that, but be yourself. Your personality has to be authentic, and only then you'll get the reach. And definitely don't imitate. That is what I have learned. If you try, like that I said, that reel, we usually sometimes batch record 15 reels in one go. But that day, that one reel, we went through maybe half of the script for maybe 6 hours, and then we gave up. This is not me. I won't be able to do this. So hats off to you, of course, for being that personality. But thank you for inspiring.
Thank you.
Yeah, some questions were there behind you.
My question was just an extension to that. How does one develop an insight? Okay, what I'm making is actually really nice. Because, okay, the number of likes or something that could decide that. But is it just that? I might think I'm making an andaz apna apna, which is, an initial flop, and everybody, thought it was a cult. So how does one develop that insight that, okay, this is what I'm making, maybe I'm not making something very great, or I need to improve. How does one do that?
Would you watch yourself again? I think that is the, when I make a video, I watch it like 3 or 4 times. I'm like, am I blabbering too much? Is this too much information? At what point do I start zoning out at my own content? And I think that's how you can figure out what works for you. My personality on the internet is known for being very cheeky and very bordering on obnoxious, but still talking about very sensitive topics. And that resonates with me because that is the kind of content I consume. So see what kind of content you consume and speak in your very natural voice, like Doctor said. Trying to emulate somebody else is going to be very challenging because that will not be true to who you are. Like Doctor said that, he wants to make the UTI and STI reel. I'll tell you, if all of us made that same reel, in this room, if we did like this quick little exercise that, we'll do a 15-second explainer on why you can't get a UTI or an STI from a toilet seat, all of us will make a different reel, and I'll tell you, all of us will be successful in our own particular algorithmic niche. The algorithm will push us exactly where we need to go. It's a very unforgiving mistress, but it's also a very loving mistress. And it'll push you exactly where you need to go. So just speak in your natural tone. Speak exactly how you would speak in normal life. And don't embellish. I think that's very, very important. Because what will eventually happen is you will be invited for more and more speaking events. Or you will be trying to speak with more and more people, even outside of your, social media practice into your clinical practice. And they'll have that like incongruence. This was somebody very different who I trusted, who I built a relationship with, and now this person is very different. So it will not give you the ultimate result of community building. I also want to add as a sort of barrier here is that for me, I'm very young in my practice, so my aim was never practice building. My aim was always, I'm going to scream about this because I'm going to scream about this. So that influences a lot of my decisions in how I see social media. So you also have to see on what is your underlying goal and motive with why you want to do this, which is why I get to be this slightly obnoxious person online, and you may not get to be that. So, yeah.
But Dr. Keyur, I already feel that you can create really funny content just on the basis of that comment that you made about Andaz Apna Apna, because
Yeah.
that in itself
Yeah.
has some virality in it.
And that stuff resonates really well.
And suppose you've done everything right. You've created content which is unique, which is funny. You've made an Andaz Apna Apna. You've liked seeing yourself out there. It's been a year that you've put in the process and you're not getting viral. How do you handle that? It's a question which is not valid for you because you've already reached that stage. But for
I
a
was on
person-
500 followers for a year.
Fair enough. So then the question is apt for you then. How do you keep pursuing it, and how do you stay persistent, and how do you become viral? Because ultimately, if you don't get validated, it's not always going to be a one-sided love affair. You will stop somewhere.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's important to figure out why you're doing this. For me, it was genuinely my void where I could yell into and I could say whatever I wanted. And one day, honestly, I went into the OR with 2,333 followers. I walked out. एक cesarean में कितनी देर लगी थी? मैं तो चुपचाप पीछे second assistant बन के खड़ी हुई थी. I walked out with 7,000 followers. कितनी देर लगी होगी baby out होने में? So something or the other will pick up. It's an unforgiving mistress, but you have to find out what works. And I think there's never been a time as good as now to go viral on social media. What worked about 2.5 years ago was high production quality, was, you know, very well, tightly edited, scripted content. Right now, what is flying is authenticity. People want to see you right outside of stepping outside of your OT, taking off your scrub cap and being like, आज मैंने ये केस किया और बड़ा मजा आया, क्योंकि मैंने ये challenge सीखा. And that is what people want, because social media became such a tightly branded space in the pandemic that authenticity and that honest connection that you have with people was lost. So one thing that I would call a mistake right now that I'm seeing a lot of doctors do who are trying to get onto social media is that they're hiring agencies who are doing full end-to-end production for them, who are writing the scripts, who are editing their videos, who are uploading those videos, who are writing the captions. Build your own team who understand your voice. Because what is happening now is I can look at the video from a doctor and I can tell you what agency they're from. Because it all looks the same. Agni, not at you. but because they all look the same, and it's very difficult to stand out in a space like that. The point is you have to stand out. And eventually you'll go, kuch na kuch uthega. Have faith.
Having multiple accounts, your own personal account, and there is a professional account. Then, for example, I have 3 accounts where I have a professional account, I have a personal account. We are a group, so we have a group account which kind of posts about each other, and then we collaborate. Does that kind of a situation help, or is it better to have just one unified single presence on that platform which will help you grow? How do you keep personal and professional separate?
It depends on how much time you have. I am chronically online. So I have a personal account where I post about my friends and I post about my daily life. And I have a professional account where I will give 1% of what I post on my personal. Because people want to associate with the personality you are, you'll eventually build that community. It genuinely depends on the kind of time you're willing to give it, and how much you see social media as a place, as an extension of your own personality. For me, it really is an extension of my personality. So every thought I have, I put on social media. It's a little bit problematic, but that goes on my personal, which has about 40 friends that I'm close with. So yeah.
Let's say you have 3 or 4 parts to, okay, let me pick up STI, as you said. So somebody might, you want to take, what is STI? So that's one. Then the second part you want to say you cannot get it through the toilets. The third part you want to say how do you get it. So now these 3 are actually linked. So can you link them, or do you keep them as 3 separate entities?
What I would do is that if I see that people want to know what is an STI, I will make a quick reel on the one silent killer infection that you don't know about. That's my hook. Because most STIs are silent, don't have symptoms. Now, automatically, people are viewing it. Curiosity is building. Now, the comments will come. How do I protect myself from an STI? And then you link that where you say, I don't know, your next reel is that, what are the most common symptoms of this silent killer? And then you add in this line that, yesterday when I posted, what is an STI, you all asked me in the comment section, edit करने का थोड़ा बहुत मन है तो इसका एक screenshot छाप दीजिए, but ज़रूरत नहीं है. वो comments में जाके देख लेंगे. Now what will happen is, you're already getting traction on this reel, but now people are going to think कि अच्छा पहले क्या डाला था? Then they'll go back to your profile and watch this again. So self-reference, but never start with, I think this is the biggest mistake we all make, never start with, hello, my name is Dr. Blah, 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 and today I'm going to be talking about this. Start with your question, because that is what's going to stop people. Your first 3 seconds are the most precious seconds you're going to have.
So just a few inputs to add on the various questions that came up. One is, yeah, nowadays something that is trending is a series of reels. So people are making like day 7 on talking of STI, or even in the caption. So that is something which is working for many creators. But for the 2 previous questions, one thing I would like to share is, one good thing about social media today is that you have all the analytics with you in form of various apps or insights. Instagram gives you insights, YouTube gives you analytics. So after some time, let's say you have made 10 reels, 9 reels got an average 200 views, 1 reel gets 2000 views. You can almost make out from your insights what went wrong in others and what is working for this. Most of the times you understand, okay, this reel has got more shares, more interactions. Maybe the people who have watched more than 3 seconds is more than 56%. So you understand, okay, what is working for me. And then you pick up these simple ideas like keeping the hook first, not introduction first, so that at least 3 seconds more people stay, and so on. So of course YouTube has a big YouTube Studio app, unlike Instagram, where so much analytics is given to you, right from click-through rate. So you understand, okay, my thumbnail is not worked at all. So if people are not clicking on the video at all, so later on they will judge the content, and that's why YouTube is flopping it. So simple thing like a thumbnail change can work. So yeah, one thing is, yeah, go for that. And again, what Dr. Tanya said was very interesting. Mr. Beast was recently interviewed in a podcast, and he said what works is a purple cow phenomenon. He said if you're moving on a road and there are cows throughout, you will not really be trying to look at the cow. You have seen millions of cows throughout your life. But if you suddenly see a purple cow, you will want to even halt the car and stop and see, oh, what is this kind of a species? Never seen it in the creation yet. So you have to stand out. So if the doctors are speaking, almost all doctors seem the same, and I am one of them right now on Instagram, because I've not been able to explore my personality or understand my niche. So if you're not authentic, not very, I would say, candid, then yeah, it's difficult to stand out, and maybe you may not be able to generate interest. So yeah.
And I think I want to add that, thank you for that point, the purple cow point especially, because all the misinformation people are absolute purple cows. It's very easy to follow them. मुझे भी कभी-कभी मन करता है, अरे वाह, ये तो बढ़िया लग रहा है. Sattvic Life has a reel on why wearing eyeglasses is bad for you and it's ruining your eyesight. Aren't you already intrigued? Why are eyeglasses bad?
And one more thing, ma'am, I'd like to add is know your target audience. So Instagram is like, Dr. Warrior, he spoke about each platform having a different personality. What do I want to see on Instagram? What he's eating, where she's traveling, what my friend ka pet is doing. Like I just want to see fun things. Instagram is technically not the place for anybody to seek information. If I want to seek information, I will voluntarily watch a 20-minute video on YouTube, right? So the thing is, you have to sell information in the garb of something which is catchy or entertaining, right? Because YouTube, I'm actively seeking information. How to resuscitate, I don't know, stroke patient. I don't know. Abhi Instagram pe main kyun dekhunga, right? But randomly, if I see Dr. Warrior suddenly starting with doing CPR, oh wow, this is interesting, I would want to watch this. So just try to know that the audience on Instagram is somebody who's not your audience. They are lay people, or they are just, that's not a loyal audience that you have. For anything to go viral, it has to be massy. No, it has to be massy. For example, if like when she spoke about UTI from a toilet seat, that the audience is not just medicos, it's everybody. So just note that Instagram, the audience is, you just want to have fun, तो उसमें कैसे fun होने का?
Thank you, Dr. Tanaya. It was brilliant listening to you. Our Instagram handle is drcutrus. I have just started 3 months back my own Insta, and 1 or 2 patients have said that your reels are cute, but having not enough uterine strength and lining, I don't know how to deliver my results, but fine. Thank you so much. We all have a lot of strength now. after listening to your, please come, this is your seat. Yeah, I have the habit of occupying anybody's seat. Please sit down, thank you. Siddharth, we'll move on to the next.
Now we are on to our next speaker, Dr. Agni Bose. We will be listening to how social media can enhance your practice. So over the last 1.5 years, Agni has been practicing in Juhu, and it has been interesting seeing how the flow of patients from Instagram to your private practice, what does that look like? So Agni, take it away.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having me here, Umesh sir and Dr. Warrior. And this is probably the most highly qualified audience that I've ever spoken in front of, because all of you are super specialists, all of you are nephrologists. Am I audible enough? Okay. So, hello, my name is Dr. Agni, and I'm a dermatologist. And before I even begin my talk, I'll just like to tell you that I've been creating content for about 3 years now. And it actually started when I was studying for my final MD exam. And I was reading the topic of diet and dermatology, and while reading it, I just realized, hey, whey protein causes acne, dairy causes acne, sugar causes acne. This is very obvious for a doctor, but I think the layperson will not know that. So it was the most, I got inspiration from the strangest avenue, and that's how I started creating content. So it was just to express another side of me. Now, a little bit about me. Those are my Ma and Baba, and I did my MD from KEM, and I did my MBBS from Sion, and I know sir is from Sion, and Sion is way better. KEM people are very uptight. I don't know, there's something wrong with us KEM people. But Sion is the fun place. So after I did my MD, then I served as assistant professor, and that was a very, very proud moment for all my parents. And I have a few publications, and most of them are what I would say very, very knowledge intensive. Most of my publications are on cutaneous lymphomas or impression planimetry. I even was a co-investigator in a phase 3 randomized controlled trial for baricitinib, which is a JAK-STAT inhibitor. All of this, what I just told you, did not help me get patients in my private practice. Okay? This is very good in academic circles. Arey, wow, so many publications he has, must be very smart. Yes, definitely, because you end up publishing with age, right? Because by the time you hit your 40s or your 50s, you have a lot of publications with you. But I can assure you, sir, none of my very super duper labor-intensive publications, proofreading them, answering to peers, all of that, that really did not help me in private practice. Yes, that really did help me get a job as an assistant professor. Interview mein help kiya, I had more points and everything. But me being a co-investigator, none of that helped, okay? So everybody has spoken about what type of content to make and what should the hook be and everything. So I'm actually going to show you one of my most viral videos and how it is so simple. Nothing compared to cutaneous lymphomas, but I hope you guys find it interesting. I'm just going to play it. The Y expired, but I still can't use it anymore. Why? Come, I'll tell you. Expiry date or shelf life mein, all of you know about milk. Now, particularly, also have properly. Now this cream expires in March 2026, which is after 2 years, but its shelf life is only 6 months. This symbol here is shelf life. इसका मतलब एक बार मैंने खोल दिया, I have to use it within 6 months. Now, because it is after months, this was easy, and ओवर प्रोडक्ट खराब हो सकता है और एलर्जीज एंड लुक फॉर So I'm glad though actually the video malfunctioned, because it's very important. A lot of your viewers might be mute. They may have some hearing disability. So at least I'm so glad video chala nahi, audio nahi chala, but I'm sure you got the gist, right? This video if you look at the bottom, it has a cumulative watch time of 11 years, 105 days. Okay, I'm just 4 years post MD, and I've been in private practice for just 1 year. I can assure you in my life, I would have never been able to generate this type of visibility in terms of my patients. Now, what did I speak in that video? Nothing fancy. I literally just told people that there is something known as an expiry date and there is something known as a shelf life. And once you open a particular cosmetic or a cream, please use it within the shelf life. I've not told them anything fancy, anything very important, but just what I felt people make mistakes with, right? Because you see people getting allergies. So like, Dr. Tanaya spoke about 15 questions you hear in your OPD, make a video on that, okay? So that's exactly what I made a video on. The benefit or the advantage of this is, as Dr. Warrior has always discussed earlier, that people, I don't know why, but they think I'm a very credible source. उनको लगता है कि अरे he is speaking so much sense and he's going viral, must be very smart. Maybe, I don't know, that's only time will tell. But it just puts you in a position of authority. You become a very trusted source and people will start wanting to listen to you for their skincare concerns. And what this has resulted in is people start researching your name. And like, you spoke about the first platform is Google, YouTube, people want to know more about you. Now, sirs and ma'am, I'm just 30 years old, okay? I'm actually gonna say this again, I'm very young, I'm a very young boy, but when you go on Google and if you type this, you will actually see that there's an entire page which is, that's Dr. Warrior. There's a full page which, and okay, there's a full page which comes and it just, people somehow will add gravitas to that. They might feel, okay, he has such a big online presence, bada hi acha doctor hoga, right? Not the fact that I did my MD from XYZ, not the fact that I have so many research publications, not the fact that I have been a clinical investigator in a trial, but the fact that he is making videos, he's talking very confidently about a particular topic, he must be very smart, is what, a lot of people, they go by. Now, I am not on YouTube, I don't have a YouTube account, but I also was making videos for other people. So if you go on YouTube, you will also find a lot of videos that I made. I'm not very comfortable with YouTube with the long format. That is Dr. Warrior's expertise. That's a podcast I've done with Tanaya. But just if you see, all over the place, right? So you must be thinking, wow, what a renowned dermatologist, must be so good. Now, sir and ma'am, let me tell you, I am a very average, normal dermatologist. I don't have any special cure for anything. I don't have any miracle medicine. The 5 drugs that I have, the dermatologist next door will also have. I have not invented anything new. But people still would assume that because I have an online presence and social media presence, that I must be very good at what I do. Thoda hu acha, aisi baat nahi hai, but people think like that, okay? Which is why, and how this has helped me, and that's the funnel effect that Dr. Warrior spoke about. This was my schedule from last Saturday. Now, I was very surprised because just 1 year into private practice, and this is, from morning 10 to evening, 7 o'clock tak, I was completely chock-a-blocked with either consultations or procedures. And this is the kind of boost that social media gave to my medical practice. So initially, when I was on social media, my handle was cooldude_aggu, okay? Then when I thought of becoming a little professional and putting out more professional content, I made it Dr. Agni. Very boring name, just my name. And I started putting out more content. Yes, I don't have a personal and a professional page. There's only one page. So I do a lot of masti on it. I do a lot of, now with age and with experience, we've realized not to put out everything that we do, and just be a little more censored with it, because it's also my professional page and patients are looking at it from a very, from an authority perspective. And like Dr. Warrior said, new patients build that trust in you that a follow-up patient has. Why? Because they have already experienced a lot of screen time with me, a lot of face time with me. I have made lots of videos, say maybe one is on vitamin C, one is on sunscreen, one is on exercise and skin. Basically, a lot of doubts and questions that patients might normally have, which I've already covered in my other videos. So when the patient goes through my profile, when they see a lot of videos, they feel, oh, I've spent a lot of time with Agni. So even though the consultation may last 15 minutes, 20 minutes, but they feel that they've already spent 1.5 hours with me. So that trust, that rapport building, which you actually have with a follow-up patient, you can actually start doing that from from the get-go. And again, my clinic is in Juhu, and sir spoke about, Central Line, Western Line, Harbour Line, till Karjat, there's only one nephro. Unfortunately, in Bombay, you throw a stone, it's going to hit an aesthetician or a cosmetologist. That's how, so much quackery and all that is happening in our field. So, and I am not very exceptionally good. I am very normal, right? I have no, humility in accepting that I'm a very normal dermatologist. I was probably Khopkar sir's worst student. But, and I don't have any miracle cures, but theek hai. It is what it is. Touch wood, by the grace of God, practice is doing well because patients get converted. So this is a lot of boost, and especially for, again, my hair is not white. If I want to go to a nephrologist, if I want to go to a cardiologist, any specialty, who do we usually ask? Senior kaun hai? Senior ke paas jate hain. Like if I am a doctor and if I want to be operated by somebody, or if I have a knee problem, I will go to the senior most orthopedic surgeon or the senior most neurosurgeon. That's normal, right? Because he or she has a lot of experience. I am very young. I'm very young, and I'm so glad, I don't know how, but patients are able to be converted into procedures. They're not just OPD procedures. I mean, they're not just OPD cases, but they also do come back. They come back for follow-ups, they come back for procedures. I'm also a dermatosurgeon, so I do a lot of surgery on them. And for a patient to trust literally a 30-year-old boy with their, face, where things can go disastrously wrong, it's very, very humbling, and I'm very, very touched. And what I also do is, so this is my Practo page, okay? We make it a point, the clinic makes it a point that whenever the patient comes, we always try and send them, ki bhai feedback de do, right? Just give a feedback. Touchwood, till now, there has not been a negative feedback till date. I still have a 100% success rate. I'm very happy about it. But the ice breaking really helps. A lot of times you don't have a cure for a particular illness, and that's absolutely okay. We are not God. We are not God. When a patient comes to you, they literally just want to be heard, right? They just want, as somebody has heard my symptoms, maybe there is a cure for it, maybe there's no cure for it, that's okay. Usse farak nahi padta. But the fact that you gave them time, you heard them out, right? And technically speaking, that's not possible in a very busy OPD, right? Maybe 5 years from now, 10 years from now, I hope I have 100 people waiting for me in a day. And once that happens, I will not be able to give everybody that much time. It's just not humanly possible. So what really helps is my social media account, because I've already answered a lot of their queries there. I've made videos on a lot of different subjects. They sometimes see the personal side of me. So that was my alter ego, what you saw. This is Dr. Jekyll, that was Mr. Hyde. So they see, okay, he's authentic to who he is. He's not claiming to be something he's not. So that trust which comes with it, and it's very, very sacred. So I really, I value that. So one thing I'll tell you, I'm deviating from my topic because my topic was how Instagram has helped my life. But I'm just going to tell you one thing. Be yourself, what Tanaya and Dr. Warrior, or Dr. Tanaya and Dr. Warrior spoke about. Be yourself, jo ho wo ho. Don't try to emulate anybody. I am very, I mean, she, I don't know why she called herself obnoxious. She's very sweet. But I am a very loud person, and this is what I figured out about myself, right? Why do any of us publish papers? It's not for the betterment of science, I can assure you. It's not for the betterment of science, right? And if we are publishing papers, why must it be a very good journal? Why not anywhere? Validation, yes, I have no qualms in accepting that I seek validation. ठीक है, मुझे चाहिए था, मुझे पसंद है. So when we write a paper, we want first author, second author, or corresponding author. Everybody is seeking validation, and it's okay. That's a very human thing. And so you spoke about that. If you make content for a couple of months or years, and if you don't, get virality, do you feel bad about it? Yes, you do feel bad about it. I also felt bad. Why are certain posts not doing very well? It's human nature. He's a neurologist. He'll explain to you about dopamine and all of that, and how we are always driven by rewards and carrot in front of the donkey. But yes, I liked presenting myself, I liked being on camera, I liked just doing some masti. And by the grace of God, it helped convert patients into my clinical practice. So how has Instagram really helped me? Number one is, at such a young age, I've been, touch wood, been able to get a boost, which people maybe 5 years or 10 years into practice, sir, wo 30-year-old, 1 year into practice, that's not how their calendar looks like. I mean, all of you have started, when you started your careers. I don't know. I don't remember my parents, Ma Baba are also doctors. I remember when they started, they said, hum to initial mein makhi marte the. Like, there was a lot of, you don't have patience throughout the day. So that is the kind of power that social media had, because if I have 24 hours in a day, if I'm in the OPD for X number of hours, and the remaining X number of hours, I want to put myself out there, I want to multiply my presence, I have realized, but I might be biased, that publications are not the most value on investment, return of investment. Because if I'm spending 4 hours publishing a paper per day, usko proofread karo, and Mendeley pe pura citation is a huge task, but publishing that, and the kind of returns I'm getting, minimal. He cited a paper about on Twitter, some study, having 1 million views, 20 million views, and that same research publication had only been cited 250 times or 150 times. And that's exactly what I'm trying to tell you, that I have a little bit of knowledge, theek hai thoda bahut hai. Maybe before the advent of social media, my biggest flex would have been having 100 research publications. Yes, fair enough. In today's day and age, everybody's time is limited, put your money or put your time where you will get maximum return of investment. So please publish papers. Again, I'm just to say, don't not publish papers, but we all know why we are publishing papers, and not just putting it as an opinion in Times of India. The reason we are all publishing papers is the same reason why I am also putting content out on social media. Instead of it being published in an index journal, it is being published on Instagram. That's the only difference. So it has really helped me. So how it actually helps? To get new patients. Because if you throw a stone in Bombay, have very high chance that it will hit a cosmetologist or an aesthetician. Sir, you had the first mover advantage because there were very few even right now, super specialists are very rare, right? There are very, very few of you. But unfortunately, I come from a field where there are a lot of dermatologists, and not just dermatologists, but there are a lot of aesthetic physicians, I don't know, kuch bhi hai aaj ki tarikh mein, anyone just does a 1-month course and they label themselves as injectors and lasers, and there's a lot of quackery which is happening. So where does a new patient go? Because a new patient will now have 100 people to go to. If you were the only doctor till Mulund and there was no one else till Karjat, वो full 20-kilometer radius, sir, पूरा आप ही का है, you are the king, ठीक है? मेरा unfortunately 1 kilometer में 20 dermats है. So what do I do, right? So in a very competitive branch like mine, it really helped me get new patients. What I do with the new patients, and that's entirely my clinical skills, right? I may be very big on social media, but if I'm not a good doctor, it all falls flat. And then it will start reflecting in your social media also that he just talks big, he's just makes big content, but doesn't know bloody how to cure acne, right? So if you're very good in your craft, you'll be able to retain the patient, and that new patient, usually what we get by word of mouth. If I treat a patient, they'll send 3 more. But ekdam unknown new patient lane ke liye social media was a very, very big boost for me. And good PR never hurt anyone unless you are a patient in a final MBBS surgical practical exam. Because I've been putting out so much content out there, now newspapers start approaching me, right? To give you have so many articles, say in Bombay Times, Economic Times, Times of India, 5 uses of sunscreen this summer. 10 moisturizers, or what type of moisturizer to choose for in the winters. They automatically start assuming that I'm in a position of authority, or I've been very, very many years into practice, which I'm not. Which is why when I got 1 white hair in my beard, I was so happy. I was like, chalo, kuch to dikhaunga patient ko, thoda baal safed hua. So it really helps build your online presence, and it really helped with me. So choose your content wisely. When I was a resident doctor, when I was a senior resident, my content was very juvenile, okay? I wouldn't want to show that in front of you anymore, but that was the kind of content I was making back then. thoda mature hua, or I thought I matured a little bit in life. My content also matured a bit. Now I make content which, you know, if a patient sees, okay, respectable doctor, come show. Like, it's not that clickbaity anymore. But that video I showed you, it was pretty clickbait. There was a hook, and I'm wasting a drop of, you know, eye drops, and I'm talking about the why expiry date say 1 mahina dur hai, but I still can't use it anymore. That was still a hook, right? So, and maybe you would want to watch it. So it's still acceptable, at the same time fun, and assert your academic dominance. It is what it is. अभी मुझे थोड़ा बहुत आता है. I would like to believe कि मुझे थोड़ा बहुत आता है, तो why not? Why not project it out there? So, how social media, I mean, please find a good balance between your research publications, between just opinions, or between newspaper articles, and between social media. Choose a journal or choose a platform, if that's the word, where you will get maximum return of investment. To get viral, you don't have to do anything obscene or vulgar or anything like that. It just has to be catchy, and it has to be super that even, you know, if you saw that video, I don't know how it got so viral, but everybody uses creams, kuch na kuch to kuch lagata hai, then I'll be very happy if all of you go back and start looking for that symbol. You know, because for me, that's a very good take-home message. Ki chalo, I've made you do something. So make videos on topics which have a very high recall value, or which will actually benefit people in real life. Maybe talking about how ARPKD or ADPKD and Berry's aneurysm, which one, I don't know. Kisi ka kuch to, there is some correlation. So I don't know, you can do things, but just keep it fun. Now, what are the side effects of being on Instagram? Number one, sometimes you may not be taken seriously. You know, people might feel, arey, he has too much free time, ye to videos banata hai, he's not a real, how can a doctor have time, arey? I'm a dermatologist. I purposely chose a field where there are no emergencies. What are the emergencies in my field? And when I was in KEM, Stevens-Johnson syndrome, toxic epidermal necrolysis. When I was in first year, 15 patients died, you know. But it was still good, because when our seniors were first years, 30 patients had died. So hamara mortality. And they would keep, you know how second year residents are with first years, kuch kaam nahi karte, useless, this, that, but our mortality rate was better. But now in private practice, what are my emergencies? That शादी हो रही है, pimple आ गया, ठीक है? So I have purposely picked a branch where I get to have my own time. But yes, you are nephrologists. I look up to you, you know. So one can be taken, you know, people can assume that itna time kaise de raha hai, you know, too much free time. Professional jealousy, that's very, very, your worst, I'm sorry I'm going to say this, but your worst enemy will be another nephrologist. I'm putting it out there, right? A politician's worst enemy is not a journalist. It is another politician from the opposition party. Because he or she will dig up dirt from 20 years ago. Okay? When the pool is very small and there are many fish in it, right? I will never be your competition. I can just not be your competition. Nahi ho sakta, right? But so accept it. Professional jealousy will be there, especially when you have overstepped yourself or fast forwarded many steps. At the age of 30, imagine I'm being called to give a talk in front of all of you nephrologists. Yeah, it's a very big moment for me. This would have been unheard of maybe 10 years back. Who would you have called? You would have probably called my HOD. Or you would have called people who have, you know, 10 years, 15 years into practice. But the very fact that somebody so young sometimes comes, in my own brethren of dermatologists, sometimes that can be seen as इसने तो shortcut मार लिया or something like that, right? So professional jealousy is something, and rubbing insecure seniors the wrong way. If you're secure, you will never ever be worried about, you know, my juniors coming up. There is a lot of quackery which is happening. Ayurvedic people are dispensing allopathy drugs. Is a neurosurgeon ever insecure that कोई और आके neurosurgery कर लेगा? Not at all. He or she is very secure, right? I am very confident in my craft. Like, I know I'm not the best. It's very normal. I'm a very average dermatologist. I have the same 5 drugs that my Bajuwala dermatologist has. But I know for a fact that kal ko Ayurvedic, homeopathy, anybody, GP they can't practice my craft. I know that. You know I can't start doing AV fistulas and dialysis. I just can't do that, right? So when you're secure, nobody's ever going to be nobody's ever going to be rubbed the wrong way. But yes, these are certain side effects which do happen. And that's about it. So thank you so much. Thank you for having me. It's been an absolute honor. And like I said, you guys have been the most highly qualified audience that I've ever spoken in front of. So thank you.
Thank you, Agni.
Thank you, sir.
Showed the way for young nephrologists whom we invited here as to how should they start their practice and use social media to enhance it, or to beat the seniors who are in this profession for long. Questions from the audience? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Practice for a year now and you have a chock-a-block schedule now. So how, if I can get an insight, how much content you were creating a year ago and how much content you're creating today?
So when I was in KEM, sarkari job, okay? And dermatology, once you post MD, again, I'm not going to do the emergency, मेरा JR बन करेगा. So I was in the hospital from 9 to 4. Okay, and only on emergency days, on-call days, I would be there. So I had time after 4. And I live 5 minutes away from KEM, so no travel time, no time wastage, nothing. Earlier, sir, I would put about 3 videos a week, sometimes 2 videos a week. Over the years, I started running out of ideas, and it's also not possible to create that same level of quality thrice a week or twice a week. So that burnout does happen. Now, today, I feel I'm out of ideas. So my posting schedule has really gone down. Now, I don't have that much time because my commute has increased. So usually on Sundays is when I shoot. And I shoot, I jot down whatever ideas I have. The other day, Tanya was at home and we were talking about, warts, okay, cutaneous warts, and how that is not an STD, palmar plantar wart. So I actually got an idea. My next video is going to be on how people can get HPV, but not, which is an STD, you can just get it as a normal wart. So ideas strike whenever. Jab bhi idea aata hai, just jot it down. Today morning also she gave me an idea. I'm going to make a video on that also. But ideas if you are a creative person, you will just start seeing ideas from everywhere. Sir, my dermatology textbook se creation ka idea aa gaya. So you'll get it from anywhere, sir. And time will be... Yes, please.
Keep some time for ourselves, for us to think before even reaching content creation.
Yes, please.
The second question was about feedback and reviews. So when we talk about nephrology, like for example, there is a person who's come to me for avoiding dialysis, and I have told him no, dialysis is the way to go. He walks out of the clinic, Bagar, I came to him, for something to avoid, and now he's put me on dialysis.
Yeah.
And if my staff asks for a review, that will be considered as, won't that be considered as a bit shallow as to I'm seeking for validation where I'm talking about life and death for that person?
No, fair enough. Very, very, very good point. Luckily, in my field, there is no life and death happening, number one. Number two, every patient you cannot please. So we also take reviews from, by default, clinic sends out that link to everybody. But sometimes you tell the front desk, ये तीसरी बार आ रहा है, इससे ले लेना. So obviously, how do you think I have a 100% success rate? Obviously not, sir. There are so many patients who I'm not able to treat. So you take the review very, very, shrewdly. Like, when you know this, he or she is very happy with you, and bachega, zinda patient, le lo. Yes, sir. Yes.
बार आता है ना उसका क्रिएटिनिन बढ़ जाता है that is the real problem in our field, like it's a chronic illness. They come with us, they die with us, and in between, there's ebbs and flows. So they are happy, then they get unhappy, then they will go to Umesh Khanna sir, then they'll again come back.
So you take the review in the flow, not in the air. When creat gir gaya, GFR, everything normal. Arey wah. And I'm just kidding, but why I take reviews, sir, is because patients are not only seeing me on Instagram. Instagram is a very informal platform. If I actually want to build credibility, maybe LinkedIn is a place, but patients are not going to go on LinkedIn. LinkedIn has where I did my MBBS, where I did my MD, what are my projects. LinkedIn is that. But is because I get a lot of patients from Practo. So Practo is where also I want to have a presence. So in Practo is where all those Practo reviews are, and you also tell them to give you Google reviews. So basically it's just community building, building that hawa ki, "Arey wow, what a great doctor." Oh. So.
If I can also add to that very quickly, sorry. As clinicians, I think one of our skills is acute management. And that acute management will not start unless you start the process itself, which is why I want to keep coming back to the same thing. Just keep it simple, just start doing it. You will find problems and you will learn to solve those problems. And every branch has their own problems. Meri branch ki problems alag hai social media pe. Inki alag hai, unki alag hai. So just begin. And then you will figure it out because we are skilled at it.
We will have that question in the panel discussion. We are having that question in the panel discussion. Right. उसके ऊपर 5 good reviews डाल दे यार, बस हो गया.
So,
anyway,
I will.
Yeah.
Example.
Yes, sir.
Yes. My patient with a bhajiwala. And this is 100%. Now see, this is either a rivalry or who has written. That bhajiwala patient was coming to me from last 15 years. His creatinine is gone up from 1.5 gradually to 3.54. And it is a period of 15 years. Now, उमेश खन्ना will say, "बेटा तेरे पास तो बहुत patient है." लेकिन when I have given him in writing keto analog and free probiotic, which is a costly medicine, I gave the number of the distributor, number of the MR. He has written, "A doctor जो commission देता है उसका दवाई लिखता है." Now, how to change this review?
Okay. No, so
correct.
No, fair enough.
तो practical बोलो ना सर.
Yes. So my.
हिंदी का.
Fair enough.
ये review मेरे को खींचने के लिए और 50 लिखना पड़ा. एक 2 साल का 5 साल 4 साल हुआ. So how to change and how to take it out?
So the beauty of Jayesh is when he enters the room, energy again comes back, and nobody sleeps after that. Yeah, I think you just quickly answer his question, and Divya will have to take the questions in the question answer session so that we are not late. Yeah.
So what we do is that the Jay sir. So usually if suppose the clinic has the protocol, because my clinic is called Dr. Shay's Skin Clinic and we also have our own skincare products. But वो अभी बेच दिया किसी और को, ठीक है? Mama Earth has bought it. लोग क्लिनिक के Google review page पे they also write घटिया cream, not value for money. Like, we have negative reviews, but that is for the product, not for the cream. So we just write that, listen, the two entities are very different and that's outsourced. We don't know, who's doing that. In your case, whenever there's an irate patient or a patient who is not happy or has written a negative review, our front desk has a very standard answer. Thank you for your feedback. We will look into this or whatever. The thing is you cannot delete it because Practo and Google reviews you cannot delete. नहीं कर सकते. So you sometimes if you feel some rival has written or some competitor has written and some random patient who you've never even seen, so the clinic will actually write, as per our records, I believe there has been some mix-up. We have never ever assessed you. Please contact. Something like that. So if your bhajiwala, that this patient is not literate and obviously cannot give you a Google review, write that down or whatever. There has been some mix-up or whatever, as per our records, XYZ, number one. Or, agar actually genuine case hai, because we are not God, galti hoti hai, people die, fair enough. Please give out the most, keep in mind, sir, hum log ka audience is general public. So we cannot act very pricey or we cannot, we actually have to be very humble. And online, everybody is at the same level. A 15-year-old is at the same level as a 60-year-old, okay? तो उसका रिव्यू में भी उतना ही वट है जितना सर का रिव्यू में और इंडोर्समेंट में है. You write, sorry you had XYZ, whatever, एक विनम्रता से, you write whatever, sorry XYZ, get back to us or we will look into it. But you have to attend to it. You have to attend to it.
Yeah, I think we will have to stop here. Agni, thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me.
Because I don't want to run late and
sure.
prevent people from having their lunch. Well, Agni, I think, has probably instilled a lot of hope in all of us that you can do extremely well in practice, with or without gray hair, without no hair. There is a possibility of succeeding in practice. Thanks, Agni. We will come back to you in the question-answer session. So may I invite Dr. Gaurav Gangwani to he's very active on YouTube, and I won't say that his practice is because he's very active on YouTube, but he'll give us some tips as to how YouTube changed his practice. Over to Gaurav.
Which one? This one? Okay, yeah, this one.
Thank you. So, I guess on talking on how the social media has helped me increase practice and have some advantages, I can just copy paste the last talk and do it over within a few minutes so that lunch is preponed. But let's create some time and get good appetite running. So whenever a doctor is wanting to start practice, of course, there is a lot of things that you want to achieve in life. Money, of course, probably has to be on the top. I've placed it second, but yeah, I think it has to be, it is important. And of course, everything else. So including work-life balance and patient satisfaction, there are some subtle moral desires also. And again, a few years ago, maybe it was unheard of that social media can really help you achieve these goals, but it does. I mean, many of the faculty sitting here is testament to that. So it has really helped us, like Dr. Agni, luckily now our roster, OPD, OT, both is booked on an average a month in advance, even worst times 2 weeks in advance.
Gaurav,
And, yes, sir.
louder.
Yes, sir.
Being
Yes, sir.
soft-spoken helps, but either is
Yes, sir, yes. So, in fact, the only 3 negative reviews, maybe out of 900 reviews on 3 profiles, are recent reviews where people are writing that we are not even getting an appointment for you. If I do end up getting an appointment, I don't know when you will give me a date for embolization. So, and I felt bad at first that this is not something, but then I realized that now clinics are paying for 1-star reviews and writing things like this. So patients feel, so there is US clinics that are doing that, and patients are feeling happy. Oh, the patient is giving 1 star and saying, I don't even get an appointment for 3 weeks. So indirectly it is a good review. So, and then I thought, okay, then it's naturally occurring, I won't obstruct it. Of course, I replied and addressed it like Dr. Bose recommended. Luckily, there's no seasonal variation. So I have rubbed wrong shoulders when colleagues have come in and said, yaar, ये बहुत ही off season है. I have said नहीं sir मैं तो booked हूँ. तो so and but yes, there's no variation if you are active on social media, because luckily your crowd, at least maybe I am in a niche interventional radiology, and some of the interventions that I do which are not still as popular in every state and city, so including some countries. So even if like for Mumbai it is a rainy season and people don't like to travel, or it is a festival, there is someone coming from in North India or South India or even Malaysia, and then for them there is no such festival or off time. So you will always be full of patients. One big advantage is independence from referral practice. So because patients are there. So right now, currently 99% of my practice is from social media, from predominantly YouTube. And 1% is old relations which I maintain, and then I address their patients, not that. So of course, because it's your patients, and in Mumbai it's more of a freelancer culture, you have better ability to negotiate terms in different hospitals. I remember when I was a full-timer during COVID, pre-COVID, in a single hospital, there was a time where I was doing around 72 cath lab cases a month and generating more revenue than 4 cardiologists combined. But still, I was given the lab maybe at 6:30 at the end of the day when the cardiologist would finish. And I would always argue that they have 4 patients in the whole day, all angiographies, so maybe 1 hour of work. But they are keeping a patient on table, attending a 3-hour OPD, then coming and operating, occupying the table. So what is this kind of work pattern? But the management said, look, he's a cardiologist and you're a radiologist, be in your place. So then that was also one motivator to go ahead and try to get independent from this type of a practice. Of course, it helped us become one of the highest volumes and Indian centers for few interventions, one of the highest volume global centers for few interventions. So recently I was in a Bangalore conference, Bengaluru now, Sarcon, where the second judge with me for IR posters was a professor in Cleveland Clinic, and he asked me that we have just started thyroid embolization and I heard you have a talk today. So we have done 2 cases in Cleveland Clinic. How many have you done? So I told him, sir, we are touching 150 now. So he said, wow, that is the highest global data and you should publish it first before other departments start up. So without social media, this would have been impossible. I cannot convince my endocrine colleagues or endocrine surgery colleagues to send patients for thyroid embolization for a retrosternal goiter. What to speak of patients, even doctors would probably call me a quack or trying to propagate pseudoscience, despite there being some early literature. So that is what, I mean, you can achieve in terms of OPD flow. Of course, you get national recognition now. Because of these volumes, as a secondary benefit of social media, I keep getting called in national, international conferences. I was shocked when the Pan-Arab Society recently called US, and then there was a SLU University, US St. Louis University, which invited me to talk, that was of course online, on thyroid nodule ablation or varicocele embolization. So it's going great in that sense that even academically, because of having volumes, posting that part too on LinkedIn or Twitter, you get recognized and people want to hear you out on those topics as well. And of course, they also want you to hear you on social media. You do get international recognition similar to the national recognition. Academics, of course, all of us do want to contribute to academics, and the indirect success has helped me because now I have such novel interventions and patients to do it. I can take workshops. So we take monthly workshops. We have finished training more than 100 intervention radiologists in these novel interventions, which were unheard of India maybe 5 years ago. So we are also contributing to the junior IRs, to the fraternity, so it helps in all aspects. Point is that it helps you build up a patient community. So of course, not all of your subscribers or followers are a deep community. Like they said, super fans is a small part of the funnel, but yes, you get a stable community of followers. Because you have volumes now, you can contribute to research. Luckily, I was one of the only Indians to take part in 2 global consensus guidelines on microwave ablation of thyroid nodules and parathyroid adenomas, probably the youngest amongst the consensus panel. So again, the volumes do add to a lot of advantages. One big point, which I'm rushing through a lot of things, but yeah, one big point I want to rub on is you get some independence on deciding your schedule, because now it's a OBL based practice, office based lab. So you can determine your OPD schedule, you can determine your OT schedule. Like I said, your negotiation terms in terms of time, money get better with the hospitals. So we have a zero tolerance for a non-appointed patient. We don't have walk-ins anymore. Because like Dr. Bose showed his calendar, if you have that kind of a calendar, if you have 3-4 patients walking in, you might have to refuse, even if it sounds rude, so that you accommodate the current patients who are appointed. So that is one thing. So because you're pre-booked, that's not a problem. As an interventional radiologist, I don't think there is any other interventional radiologist I know that has 0 emergency. So he chose dermatology for not having an emergency. I chose interventional radiology, but now luckily I have the privilege to say no to emergencies. Because of this also, I have rubbed in many shoulders at the wrong place. I have irritated Dr. Akash Singada, maybe having renal transplant patients needing an emergency, but my phone is on DND at night, so nobody is able to reach me. So nothing personal with any colleague, it's on DND, so even if Narendra Modi calls, I am not reachable. So that's, but yeah, but that is the only way I can do justice to the next day slot, because next day I have 8 OTs or a OPD of 40 patients, and I don't have the bandwidth to cancel now, because all the 40 patients, on an average, 90% of my patients are not from Mumbai. They have booked airline tickets, come only for 3 days, first day OPD, second day surgery provisionally. So I can't cancel that. So for doing justice to the existing patients, I had to do that. So I don't do emergencies anymore. And of course, vacations has become a part of my life. I do like pauses, because 5 days, of course, I have a 5-day week schedule. I keep 1 day off for scripting or recording, and then rest of the day for research or something pending tasks that I have. So and luckily, although you're pre-booked, you have your own schedule, so you can take off. If I want, I take a 14-day off for a spiritual trip, and I have no liability to any hospital to give any justification. So yeah, it helps you a lot. You are able to build awareness campaigns. You always have a desire to talk so much about so many things you're passionate about. but social media gives you that, whether it's form of long videos or short videos. I mean, similar to what doctors have shown, few of the videos through storytelling, surgical vlogs, we have created awareness on transarterial chemoembolization for liver cancers, which patients do not even know, especially tier 2, 3 cities, and so many other interventions. Vacuum assisted excision for breast fibroadenomas. For a decade, we had been begging our surgeons to consider this alternative approach, that instead of doing open surgery, removing a breast mass, I'll do it with a needle, with a 7-gauge needle, and scarless, patient walks home after 2 hours, but not a single referral till date. But with this, we reached 27 million patients, and then we are not begging them anymore. So again, nothing against colleagues, probably it is surgical instinct. If I am doing an intervention and I know somebody is doing a better alternative, I might not be having the complete faith in referring the patient. So maybe surgical instinct, better, easier said to be patient-centric than do it. So not complaining, but that was not allowing me to reach the amount I wanted to reach, and this is. And of course, when a patient comes with a 900 cc, almost a kilo long, large retrosternal goiter, and you are able to finish it off through a pinhole in the wrist, scarless, that is very gratifying. When another patient is about to get allocated in the army, but his physical exam, he gets rejected because of varicose and because of varicose veins and varicocele. He's given a reappointment for a physical exam after a month, and for army, it's okay if you get treated. It's not that it's something unethical, I'm pushing a wrong patient into the army. So, but it has to be relatively scarless for a few physical exams, and we can do it for him, and then he gets selected, and now he's serving the army very well. Third patient comes with a breast fibroadenoma and a large neck lipoma, and you treat both of them with a needle in the same sitting. And lastly, a patient of 74 years age who says, I have peed after 3 decades like a teenager again with a prostate embolization, just a pinhole in the wrist. So this is the biggest gratification that you get. And all these patients, none of them are from Mumbai, all of them are for traveling. So I don't think I could have achieved it even if I would have worked for 40 years in Mumbai and developed a name for myself. So, but again, I will deviate slightly from my talk. I don't want to take the 30 minutes just ranting about how social media has helped me and I am successful and all of that. There is some luck in that. I probably started early in the interventional niche. Unlike my peers who have cracked such difficult specialties, luckily my specialty, there's not much awareness. So there have been some luck factors, some early start factors, first goer advantage. So rather than the outcome, I recently heard this from another social media content team, that rather than focusing on the outcome, focus on the process. So that is more important, and the outcome would sooner or later follow. While there are many platforms, and I do agree with some of the talks earlier, but for me, YouTube has given me something which other social media have not. Not being as vibrant personality as my peers, I feel because it's a search engine, like ma'am said, a second big largest search engine, it's easier to be not that vibrant and still somehow make it. And you don't have to really get 1 million views on YouTube to get conversion. Unlike some other platforms, even if you have 1,000 views, you might get most patients from that video, because it was a search term that people were looking for, and when they heard you, they wanted to come to you. So you don't have to sometimes crack the algorithm also. Of course, a minimal presence, you have to be on Google My Business and you have to have a website, and reviews should be there so that they can validate you. Just because they see you on social media, they won't come straight away. So all that has to be there. But yes, now one thing I'll say is you need to understand the algorithm, which happens with time. Initially, don't go into the complexities of the algorithm. But yeah, eventually as you make videos, like so many colleagues shared honestly, that after some time, if you're not getting validated, you will burn out, you may give up. So it's important to evolve and improve with time. And there is a algorithm for everything. Now for Google, there's algorithm. There is a team which told us, we will get your keywords on top. And actually in 6 months, they got us on the first page, first 3 search terms everywhere. Then for Google My Business, there's the algorithm. So point is, things are doable. They are doable in a predictable time frame. You just have to understand, either you crack the algorithm or get a team to crack the algorithm, but there is a way to do it. So luckily, this is probably a PPT 6 months old, and we were at 3.7 lakh subscribers, then maybe 111 million views. So we had reached this, but like I said, let's focus on the process. And this is what gave us that outcome. This is the steps we followed, the algorithm, parameters or metrics we followed, and this helped us. So YouTube or any social media does check for overall consistency and frequency. So like Dr. Warrior also shared that rather than posting 4 times a day and not doing any post for 2 months, you have to be consistently showing up. And so this was our first 10 months on social media. I guess 1,000 subscribers and 34,000 views, first 10 months. Then next 10 months, we were more consistent. Were not inconsistent. So that gave us now 7,55,000 views and 8,000 subscribers. So consistency helped us, we saw the power of consistency there. We increased the frequency a bit because it took us lesser time to shoot now. We were more comfortable with camera, we were batching things, batch recording, batch scripting. So
in your daily routine and it doesn't seem like a big burden. You don't need big gears, you don't need fancy equipments, you just need your phone and you're good to go. So as everyone has already covered, why do you need a social media presence? The thing is, when people, your patients, when they enter your clinic, they already Google you. They see your pictures, they hear reviews, they already have a picture, built in their head about who you are and what you are doing. So your phone can be a tool where they can see how your work is, how do you work, how do you present cases, how do you handle patients, and also instead of Googling, is my fever a cancer, they can find your reel and you can tell them that when you should worry about fever and when not. So here I would like to say that since a lot of years, Apple has been badgering us, telling that iPhone has cinematic mode by putting 3-4 cameras and whatnot. And there's going to be a time where they are going to just tell us that here's the packaging. It's called Minimalistic Pro Max and we are going to buy it. So instead of that, let's start using the camera of our phones into some good use. So what formats can we use to create content? Carousels are basically digital flashcards where you can use to make a guide. For example, 5 foods to improve your PCOS or manage your PCOS. Just pick 5 items and explain the benefits of each. Then you get on to reels. Some health tips like what can a vegetarian eat for protein. Pick 5 fruits and mention their benefits. So stories, we will get into this in detail, but stories are like quick, easy, real-time, how you can connect with your audience, engage with your audience. You can use features on Instagram, which are polls, questions. People can ask you medical and non-medical things. So YouTube videos are long-form content. If you want to explain a procedure in detail, something which I want to actually understand is like breakdown of a report that you can do in your YouTube videos. So also very important is topical content. So there is World Health Day, World Protein Day, No Smoking Day. So patients want to know what your take is on all these days. Something which I believe, coming from a marketing background, is called movement marketing. Whenever some hot topic is there or something has happened, like IPL is happening or COVID is happening, we want to just be the first one to give an opinion about. So if you create content on such topics, people are going to want to know what are you saying about weight loss or is Ozempic. There was a very trending video that came that Ram Kapoor has reduced a lot of weight because of Ozempic. Nobody knows what happened, how he went from being so big to being so thin. So maybe your take on is this really Ozempic, or can AI diagnose better than doctors? Give your inputs on all these health topics will really allow our patients to know what is your say on the trending topics. So I think this might feel a little too much coming from everyone. I have been in this place too. So these are a couple of apps which make things easy. Here, technology is your best friend. Dhruv will expand more on this, but I'm going to show you a quick demo on how I used captions.ai to edit one video in under 10 minutes. So here's where I uploaded the video, as you can see. You can also trim the video over there itself. And here are some features. So what I did here was, so basically this app automatically has in captions. So as soon as you upload the video, your subtitles or your captions get uploaded. So obviously you'd have to go back and check, do a little work if what you're talking and what is written in the subtitles is making sense. I'm trying to lose weight. I want the perfect figure.
What is a perfect figure? Blood pressure, 120 by.
Sorry. So, I'll just let the whole video go on. So if you can see,
I'm trying to lose
this
weight.
has
I
a
want
lot
a
of
perfect
background
figure.
What is a
noise.
perfect figure?
Now I just used one feature called denoise here, and the
I'm
background
trying to
noise
lose
is
weight.
gone.
I want a perfect figure.
What is a perfect figure? Blood pressure? What?
And it's crystal clear, you can't
Hey,
hear
you
the
know-
background noise.
A very good health span. For more information on health, go on to Mumbai Kidney Foundation Insta.
So these are some other features which once you use the app you can get a hang of it. And these are, if you know, basically your subtitles, what kind of a style would you prefer? These are all deep dive. I think Dhruv will explain more in detail. Now, talking about Instagram stories, these are actually a very easy way to engage with your audience. I like to call this low effort, big impact way to connect with your audience. So you can go like, do you need antibiotics for viral fever, true or false? Do you need to eat carbs during your weight loss journey? And what are the symptoms of low BP? Give like 2-3 options for them. They can select, and then in the next story you can give them more options or correct them if they are wrong. And so short videos, that is, suppose you're working in the clinic and you just say that, okay, today I'm in the clinic and this is something I noticed. Just a short, like 10 to 12 second video, that will help them understand that you're at the clinic, you're doing this, they're taking you seriously. So this is something you can try out this week. You can either create reels or carousels out of it. And the last point I would like to mention here is that you can also make a video on why social media is important when people are actually going and searching on ChatGPT and Google that I'm coughing blood. Instead of doing that on ChatGPT and Google, you can actually come and follow us, see our reels, and understand that no, this is not the way. You should not go about this. You should listen to us. So yeah, this is all about what you have to do. Now I'm going to talk about why do you need to script. So what happens is that you have a lot of ideas into your head, but unless and until you don't note it down, there is a high chance you might forget it. It's also for clarity. And also, you have to research whatever you're talking is factually correct. The information which you're providing outside has to be 100% authentic. It should be correct. There should be data to prove whatever you're saying is correct. And also, suppose you start to shoot a video, you should know what are you talking about. You should not stammer in between. You should not forget your lines. So scripting is a very important way to go about your video. And also, like, I would suggest you should batch create and batch record, because shooting one video, scripting the whole thing, and then scripting and shooting and editing and all that is very tedious and it's going to take a lot of time. So jot your points, batch record like 5-6 videos at one time. These are few apps which will help you script. You don't need, you have a teleprompter app where you can install it in your phone and you can read your script while you're talking on the camera. So these are another tech heavy friends which you can use. And also you can, suppose you have an idea, just take out your notes app on your phone, jot down those points. You can also have Notion as an app over here. And ChatGPT is like everyone's best friend, I feel. You get script ideas, you get hooks, you get actually timestamps, as in for first 1 to 3 seconds what you want to talk, how you can show your hooks, that is also there in ChatGPT. So I would suggest everyone just install your ChatGPT on your phone, because that's really going to help you. And like everyone has already covered, just between consultations, think of 3 videos. And actually the good part is it's only for 1 minute. Under 60 seconds, you can actually like take 4-5 topics and cover it off. And you can also use voiceovers if you're not that friendly towards the camera or you're shy or something. There are so many apps which give stock videos and stock images that you can put in between. You can use voiceovers and yeah, just go with the questions your patients ask you. So ideally, it will be ideally you should invest in some good equipments with a good mic. Focus on lighting. Lighting is like in the morning if you can wake up and take around half an hour, 45 minutes to quickly shoot, or when you come back from your clinic or whatever. And I think here you don't need to spend much on equipment, heavy lighting and stuff. You have natural lighting, so I think you should make use of it. And yeah, I would like to conclude by saying that you save lives every single day, give a lot of information, prevent a lot of diseases. All it takes is 60 seconds to build a brand and build a trust. So I'm just hoping that everyone just starts right now.
Thanks, Chandni, for that talk. We are going to have an extension of the same question that you're all trying to answer, which is practically, now that you have your phone in your hand, what to do. So for that, I want to call Dhruv Mandani. He's been working in the social media space for almost 2 years now. He's worked with me, he's worked with Dr. Paul, he's run podcast channels like Traya Health, and it's been exclusively in the health industry. So I hope that he has some important information to share on how specifically doctors can create content practically. Dhruv?
Okay. Hello. So I'm Dhruv, and my first question was, what is left to know about content creation? So there are a few things left to know about content creation, because once you know what you have to say, once you know ki, okay, these are the questions, you have the script in hand, you will go open the camera and be like, ki, oh no, abhi kya? And the first thing you will do is Google content creators to help me out, or the agencies who can help me out. And the first thing they will send you is, they'll tell you is content creation is expensive, and send you an invoice of 2.5 lakhs a month की 3 कैमरा सेटअप लगेगा एक रील बनाने में, ग्रीन स्क्रीन लगेगा, स्टूडियो लगेगा, असिस्टेंट्स लगेंगे, and then they'll just overwhelm you and you'll be like कि next month. But the reality is all you need is a phone, light so the camera can see you, and some silence so people can hear you. Now how will you record? You'll pick up your phone and you'll see the camera app which you already use. The camera app which you already use. But that will just increase your steps, because after recording the video, you will have to go to the editor or even Captions AI, which is very helpful, but that can increase steps and make the work overwhelming. So what you can use is Instagram. Instagram has everything you need. So whenever a doctor comes to me ki, oh, I also want to make content ki, oh, मुझे भी इस पे वीडियो बनाना है या ये करना है, तो I just tell them कि open Instagram, and this is how you use the Instagram camera. You open the app, you see the plus sign in between that helps you open the camera, and you just press the big white button which helps you record. That's how you use an Instagram camera. Now, on the side you'll see some features which you don't really understand at first. So the first step is the audio. So to make your reel go viral nowadays, people use trending audios. So that can help you reach more people who are listening to the same songs, but in between listening to that same songs, they will listen about why are they sitting too much. And you can add visual effects like make your video black and white, or make your video more colorful, or make your video more engaging with that. And add multiple photos and videos of a screenshot of some paper you saw, or screenshot of some special condition you got from a patient, and then green screen. Now the next slide is going to be about that, but with touch-up you can help with your skin tone and the lighting and everything, and the other points are just there. Now, the green screen. The green screen works exactly like how you change your background on a Google Meet or on a Zoom call. You can just select that and it'll change your background to a garden or anywhere. But you can also select any picture you want from your gallery. So right now I've selected a video from Dr. Umesh Khanna. That's how you can select any video you want or any doctor's video you want. Ki, okay, some days you don't have anything to say. You can just pick up a video ki, okay, this doctor is telling the right thing. You can follow him, or you can add to this ki, okay, this doctor talked about this, but there's also this thing. So if you are a one-shot wonder, your video will go right ahead and you won't have to edit. But the next step is editing, because sometimes you have to edit. And I'm not talking about fancy smancy editing, that adding more B-rolls, the videos and the subtitles. Subtitles is not fancy, we will add it. So to edit the video, you just, once you have recorded the video in this step and you press ahead, you get this window. You can just select the edit video option in that and you'll get a bunch of options which I have explained in the side, but you guys have already heard enough. So you can just read through it or take a photo of it to help you out later. Now the only two tools which you use in the start are the first edit tool, which will help you cut all the arms. In this talk, I can't cut my arms, but when you record a reel, you can cut your R's or or the silences you have taken to remember something which you forget or anything. So this is the only two steps you will need to edit your video, which you can do on yourself in your OPD, sitting with a patient, sitting after a patient. And after that, you'll get this window. For that, you'll just have to post. You can edit the cover. Cover is the thumbnail which you have on YouTube. On Instagram, you have a cover which you can edit. You can add captions like, okay. You can add captions which can be a summary of your video or a title of your video or something more you'd like to add. You can also add hashtags which will make your video more interesting, so it will do better. And then just press send and you have posted your first reel. For the next steps, after you have posted your first reel and you think that things are working out and you want to do more, post more, upload more, you can use other editing apps like iMovies, InShot, Canva, which are free, easy to use, available. And for shooting, to make your process more easier, you can use a camera or a tripod so you don't have to hold your phone in your hand. It's just a stand which holds your phone or a camera, a mic so people can hear you right, and light so camera can see you. So yeah, if you want this PPT, you can say hi to me on this number and just educate everyone, make content, it's easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dhruv. And I think we are just about 40 minutes between lunch and one more session. Any questions on the editing part? Yeah, okay. So I think there is still a lot more to learn from social media, obviously. Well, thanks, Dhruv and Chandni, and we move on to the last session. Which is a panel discussion or the question answer sessions. We missed a lot of questions which you wanted to ask and we could not answer. I will add one or two more panelists. Is Divya there? Yeah. Dr. Divya Bajpayee, who is, as Siddharth said, she's very active on Twitter, and we may have a few questions on Twitter which she can answer. Smriti Khanna, you may have to pull up a chair for her. If ever I'm accused of a crime, it would be nepotism, because I have Siddharth, Chandni, and Smriti along with me. But anyway, this is how we are. The Khannas from nephrology are trying to shift to acting, which originally I think the Khannas were meant for acting. So Siddharth Lakhani, you may have to answer one or two questions. Akash, you will have to be my partner in the group practice which we have. Me and Akash, and we are 7 nephrology associates who run our Kidney Associates company. So first, questions from the audience if they have missed out some of the questions which you were supposed to ask. If not, then we have to run the session for at least half an hour. So yes, Suratkar. Yeah, hooks are something you need to hang on to, yeah.
The first 3-4 seconds of a video, that's the grabbing part, where you hook the audience into viewing your video. So make it interesting, where people just stop and like look at you.
Like for example, in that thumbnail that he showed, ling lamba karne ka and all that, I would want to watch it. Just, it's okay.
For a written content, it's the first few lines. Like if you're talking about a tweet or a post or a blog, it's the first 2 or 3 lines, because if they don't excite you, then you probably won't go on. So the heading and
it's like a hook step in a song or in a dance. It's something which keeps you coming back to that song or coming back to that dance. It's something which you want to see. It's like something which excites you.
Any more questions?
Does work also for YouTube or only for Twitter and Instagram?
No, it works on all platforms. The only difference is that on YouTube you get a few more seconds. Because like we said, the audience has come there with the thought that let me give them a little bit more time.
So there's no shocking statement that works in YouTube as it works in Insta or Tweet?
Yes.
It works more on YouTube.
It works
The
more on
shocking
YouTube.
statement. Also, you have visual hook in terms of the thumbnails. You have text hook in terms of what the caption says. You also have the first few seconds of the hook. So yeah, there's more you can play with on YouTube.
So if you were to just dissect the video that I showed, if you're just randomly, aimlessly scrolling, the hooks, the video starts with me holding a bottle of refresh eye drops and I'm wasting it. And I'm telling you, dawai expiry date se 1 saal dur hai, but I still can't use it anymore. It's not the most grabbing hook, like it's still very sabhya, but that's still a hook. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A sabhya is vulgar.
I know what a sabhya means. I'm saying, what is asabhya?
Yes, Vaibhav.
About trolls and negative reviews.
Yes.
Why we get
I have a PhD in this, sorry.
Right?
I'm a woman who talks about sex on the internet and is a doctor. I think the first thing you have to understand with trolls is that they're there for your attention. They just want your attention, you give them your attention, they have won. So like Agni said, you have to build a thicker skin, and if something is really, really bothering you, what 2 tools you can really use on Instagram and YouTube both are there certain words you can filter out. So if you go into the settings, you can choose restricted words. If people are repeatedly saying something really mean to you, for example, because I talk about what I talk about, the R word in Hindi is used very consistently for me. So that is one of the restricted words I have. If somebody ever uses that word in one of my comments, ye doctor nahi R hai, that comment will never show up. And eventually, yes, I mean, we always say thick skin, all of that nonsense. Eventually it gets to you. It is exhausting emotionally and you feel demotivated by it. But A, thick skin, and B, using these tools can be really, really helpful, and best thing, outsource it to somebody else.
Yeah.
And one more thing, sir, if you're getting trolls or negativity, please know you have arrived in life. Okay?
Yes.
So earlier it would bother me because, you know, you're putting yourself out there and I'm showing my true personality or whatever it is, and then somebody doesn't like it and you put in so much effort and people say nasty things. Earlier it did bother me. I would feel bad about it. Now I'm very happy when people are writing whatever sometimes they write, because A, I cannot please everybody, so that's a given. Number 2, the more they write, the more they comment, the more comments I get, my engagement improves, so my post does really well. So I don't reply to the trolls. I don't. Okay? Because then that's me coming down to their level, which they want. So wo nahi karne ka. Let them comment, do whatever. आपका post का engagement बढ़ेगा because more and more people are, engaging with it.
And that's the only thing the algorithm understands. कितने comments आ रहे हैं? Quality क्या है doesn't matter. Comments आ रहे हैं मतलब video अच्छा है मतलब इसको push करना है.
Or if I want to rub the troll the wrong way, I reply with a laughing face.
So I think the best part of Google reviews is that it's just one comment on their side, and whatever reply you want to give, after that I don't think there is a slanging match going on between the two. I think Google review allows only once that person has to give a...
So trolls is a very big problem on Twitter. Because for Insta and YouTube, they are like more of a monologue. Twitter thrives on dialogue. Twitter is a conversation between everyone here sitting together or one-on-one. So there are various ways how you little bit can silence trolls or hate comments on Twitter. Most important is you can mute some profiles, you can block some profiles, you can mute words. Definitely you can mute words. You can choose not to interact with profiles which are very politically aligned, which have some agenda. Like hidden agenda. Also, when you keep on producing content, you will come to know which content can invite hate. So for those, you can limit to the replies. Like only my followers can reply to this tweet, only verified followers can reply to this tweet, and everyone can reply to this tweet. So there are some ways on which we
But Agni, do you need to reply to any questions always asked which is say,
never,
on the
never,
negative side? You
never
don't need
reply or engage with hate and trolls. Like madam said, they thrive on attention. You just ignore them, they will just sit quietly.
More often than not, these people are habitual trollers. So if a person is reading a negative review, they will go on that profile and will check that he's that kind of a personality. So you don't need to kind of engage with that negative personality, and often it dies out. The biggest thing that you can feed them is response. If you don't respond to them, then ultimately you've defeated the purpose of trolling you in the first place.
So I'll give you a nephrology example. So I tweeted something on how people make fun of kidney, the financial aspect of kidney donation, like buying a kidney or selling a kidney vis-a-vis an iPhone and all those things. Like we have all heard about that itne mein to main kidney bech ke mujhe ye kharidna padega, that kind of a thing. So I tweeted something on that, and they were surprisingly, I thought that it's like something I'm doing to create awareness, but there were lots of trolls. It's like, if you don't want to hear, you can just not listen to it. It was a fun way, you don't have any sense of humor and all that things. So next time when I post that kind of a content, I make the replies section blocked. People can only see it and not reply to it.
So are the trolls as common in the other social media platforms?
Everywhere. In real life also.
I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
Last year, all of us, unknowingly, we went to Jamnagar. All of us went to Jamnagar. We saw the Ambani wedding. हम सबने देखा, right? Whether we liked it or not, हम सबने देखा.
Yeah.
Now, compared to how much an average Indian middle class person spends on their wedding, suppose we spend 20%, 30%, whatever, whatever of the income, Mr. Ambani spent less than 1% of his net worth on the wedding, right? But what were the comments now that people started giving? Are itna paisa waste kiya, such a big show off and all of that. He is enjoying, he is not troubling you. He is in Jamnagar. He is in a way actually, generating revenue in India.
Economy, yeah.
But because he has something that we can never ever aspire to have, which is why people will troll. They're not trolling you for your content. Please note that, sir. They're not trolling you for your content. They are trolling you for the fact that you have put yourself out there and you have something that they don't. So don't. And they have the ability to speak. So don't let it get to you.
It's a very deep thought. I think it's really...
So Google review, just that we either, whatever there's a miscommunication, we'll get back to you, or kindly contact us. Sorry you had this experience, kindly get back to us, or whatever. Like एक बहुत general, neutral thing, because you do mess up. ऐसी बात नहीं है, गलती तो होगी.
And then I drown it with 10 more good reviews from people. Of course, we are fortunate to have many more good reviews rather than the bad ones. So you just drown it, it goes behind, and that's fine.
Also important.
One second. Yeah, Sid, you wanted to say? Yeah.
No, just to continue that, it's important to draw like a distinguishing point between a troll or a troll comment and a comment that is just questioning what you've said. So one distinction I make is it an anonymous account? So never reply to an anonymous account, because if somebody cannot put their name and face behind what they're saying, there is no credibility to that. Whereas if it is from somebody who you think is credible and they are questioning what you've said, it is usually worthwhile engaging in that discussion, because it should not be that you've put something out there and you're completely backing away from any sort of discussion on that point. So you can actually go into the profile of the person commenting and make that decision. Usually you can tell from just looking at the comment whether this is a troll or whether this is somebody who's genuinely interested in having that discussion.
So
Also,
one replies, I feel there is one reply that we should definitely give. Like for example, it's also a way for the person who's been unhappy to vent out. And we are never going to be able to make everyone happy. So that's going to be impossible. So for example, there are a couple of reviews which I can kind of give an example of. There was a review with Dr. Khanna got that this man was constantly on phone and did not give time to me. So his reply was that there are at any given point of time 10 to 12 patients admitted in ICU, and if a young patient is dying, the father is calling me, I have to respond to him. Unfortunately, that's the challenge of our field. That's a very valid explanation to that reply. And that's something which gives a perspective to the person who's reading the negative comment. So you need to share your side of the story as well. There is a patient who died under my care, and we can't save everyone, and that person kind of put that comment because he wanted to vent off. I give my side of the explanation saying that we tried everything that we could, but unfortunately the disease is such that we may lose the battle sometimes. So it's important for the reader of the negative comment to see your share of or your side of the story as well. So I think we should reply with dignity and without fighting and contesting the unhappiness of the person who's posted the comment.
I'd also like to quickly add that negative reviews are also important. I'll tell you why. Because if I only see, like Agni says, 100% positive reviews, I'll think this is too curated. कोई PR agency है इसके पीछे.
Correct.
So
That's
at least
important.
एक authenticity lend करता है. So when it comes specifically to Google reviews, I am happy to see a mix. At least कुछ तो negative निकले. Please Agni.
Patients will always come and probably say that when I'm reading your reviews, I find something negative as well. No one is ever going to be positive. So you must every one of us receives message that to increase your positive reviews, 50 rupees per positive review is what the market rate is at present. So if I want to get 5 stars, I have to pay per 5 star 50 rupees.
Oh.
So they have a set of people who will keep on just messaging. They'll open your link. The link will be shared to this 100 people which they have a group of. And you pay them 500, they'll give you that much amount of positive reviews or 5 stars. So getting a 5 star is very easy. Getting a negative review and replying to that is making you more genuine.
Right.
So if I have, so whenever someone sees a review and if, like he was saying that everything is positive, it is going to make me fishy that how can someone be so positive in life?
Right.
It is not possible. It is practically not possible that out of 100 patients, 100 gave you positive reviews, which I think any line will not be positive. So there is definitely something fishy which I started thinking that Agni is doing something on Practo, probably, or he's paying more, that's why he's getting everything positive.
Agni मैं जरा एक डाल देता हूँ negative comment.
That's how I will take it probably as a part of review. So whenever I am seeing a review, I'll see that yeah, he's got something. Someone will comment that he's not giving time, as he said. Someone will comment he's charging more. Someone will comment that he's writing medicines from outside. But these are all part and parcel of our lives.
Right.
So Akash rightly said that when I'm asking, when someone comes me from a separate doctor asking that dialysis nahi karo, and you again say that dialysis karo, but that is the reason why he's coming to me, and I cannot just to get a 5-star review tell him that देखो मैं आपका dialysis नहीं करता हूँ, आप मुझे 5-star review दे दो.
So moral of the story, not to worry about negative reviews. Give one small decent answer to it. Moving on to the medico-legal aspects of social media, which we haven't covered in this discussion, as to, for example, showing the results, especially for people like Agni and Gaurav, when they have to really show the effects before and after. How do you get over this problem of patient privacy and things like that?
So first is, if I am recording a patient, a live surgical vlog during OT or before and after, we tell them, we take consent. So that is one small safeguard. It's still, I mean, NMC is still like not probably allowing it officially. I have taken down the testimonials just to be extra safe, so no open testimonials. I have now tried to masquerade most of such stuff in the form of a vlog or within the organic content, so that even if it is questioned, I can say, oh, it was the need of the script. And the, again, it's not foolproof. I'm not claiming that this is like 100% safe. If a question occurs, it occurs. If they ask to take down the videos, they take down. If even jail, then I'll say no problem. I have
Yeah.
enough backup. I'm trying to have enough backup so that I can spend time there peacefully. But yeah, but
So there is a second part to this medical legal issue is whether this is viewed as advertising yourself. And when doctors are not supposed to advertise,
Yeah.
how do you take social media, whatever,
Yeah.
the way we talk, and is it a form of advertisement? What does NMC feel about it?
yes, the primary intent, if the whole video, this is my personal understanding, looks like a awareness campaign, then it's fine. If indirectly there is some advertisement or hidden way you have indirectly given a call to action, that is fine. That is what my understanding is. So I even spoke to some medical legal experts of the indemnity that we have, those teams. They said that's fine, that's acceptable. The overall intention, but also the appearance should be of awareness.
So Gaurav, what if you put your telephone number below when you are talking? Does it consider, is it considered as a
So sir, even
advertisement?
that I try to do organically. I tell them, I know many of you are from tier 2 or 3 cities and you may have no reach to further discuss about this point. So for that intention, I am placing this number. If you cannot reach
Sure.
out to someone, you can to us.
Okay.
Right.
Agni wanted to.
Sir, technically, you are not authorized to show before after.
Yeah.
Technically, you're not
Yeah.
authorized to show that. You're not authorized to take testimonials. So, which is why the testimonials are on Practo. You know what? Number two, consent is key. You cannot ever shoot something without, taking the patient's consent. Thirdly, if it is an informative video, let's say if you want to show how to take an AV fistula or how to do a subcuticular suturing or whatever it is, if you blurred out the patient's identity enough and it's an educational content, that's absolutely allowed, right? Because you're actually showing a medical procedure, how to insert an intercostal drainage tube. You're showing a medical procedure, no problems at all. There is a very thin line where you're saying that, if you put your mobile phone, then is that advertisement or not? Technically, yes, it is. And it also, I feel, looks a little cheap, right? So there are ways to do it, like how he said that if you live in a tier 2, tier 3 city, there's no way for you to reach out. So I never put out my mobile number, number one. Number two, what you usually do is, sometimes when I'm doing, say, a clinic video where I'm showing a procedure, I never show before afters because unfortunately, I come from a field where nobody wants to talk कि वो doctor के पास गए, right? So I never show before afters. I would just probably show me doing the procedure on my own staff because उनका तो मेरे पास full control है. And for more information, you can contact us on clinic, whatever, Instagram ID or whatever it is, right? Soliciting patients is not allowed as per NMC, so I'm not soliciting patients. I'm just showing you my expertise. I'm not showing you my degree, my name, my mobile number, my clinic address, nothing like that. It's just purely an educational content. So, sir, you make content, right?
Yeah.
You're not putting your clinic address. You're not
No,
doing
no.
anything.
I'm
like
doing
that.
it through my NGO, so it always is
Exactly.
Mumbai Kidney Foundation.
Exactly, and that is allowed.
Yeah, I know. So, but if you have to write for more information,
Yeah, for
what
more
should be the line which you should write?
So for more
website or
Definitely.
I don't
you
know.
can
How-
redirect.
how-
You can
this
you
is
can
a question which is important because most of them would want to go on. See, either it's your passion to go on social media or you use it to enhance your business, which everybody said. For enhancing the business, one is the indirect way, you become famous. But if there is a way in which you could, for more information, contact 1, 2, 3, as you said, clinic or something like that. Is there a way we can go around this situation? Any of the panelists?
I think so, yes.
Website, blogs, that will be.
I think a lot of times they will then just Google you directly
Ah,
and then
okay.
they will find you. And I mean, I got a patient from a half-page ad that
treating patients.
Sort of like how on Instagram, entertainment is okay and people will get educated accidentally. Across social media, the advertisement should happen accidentally. And education is what is front and foremost. So every time anything gets put out, the objective is to educate. गलती से advertisement हो गया तो ठीक है, but the objective is always to educate.
I think as a consumer of content also, I would be put off if somebody is putting their phone number. I would not, as a consumer, I won't like somebody who's putting in, a number there ke aa jao mere paas aake mujhe mil ke jao. I would more kind of look at Siddharth Warrior's interesting feed and then go and search Siddharth Warrior on Google and find his contact details. So I think that's what I would probably do, and that's I think what Smriti also kind of
At the same time, I would say, as a group, we are talking about the more responsible, morally, ethically group of content creators. I know 90% of doctors who have decent reach, who have clearly said, this is our hospital in this and this state, come, this is the number. Every other video is a testimonial video of, 17 patients have traveled from India for the knee surgery here, and they are doing well. Luckily, probably no rival has yet complained to the local medical council, and probably I assume they will survive for the next 20 years also. They have been surviving from 20 years. So if you want to take that, and there is not much risk there. If at all the medical council doesn't like it, they won't bar their degrees. They will give them a warning, please remove all of this content.
So a warning will come, but I think they are getting a little more stricter with social media, and I think they are going to eventually reach there where they would try and make rules and regulations which are very strict.
The truth is that till now, the rules are still vague. We are all figuring our way out. The couple of rules that seem to be clear is patient identity should be protected.
Right.
Nothing should go out without consent, and doctors' standards should be maintained. That is the line. Now, how that can be interpreted is open, but we are trying to figure out what is the right way to do it. I would say that if you are putting content out, since even beforehand, one-on-one patient consultations were always okay, and whenever we would go out to give speeches or whenever we go out to educate the public in a school or in a corporate, how would you behave there? Would you be just handing out cards to everybody in the audience? That might, how would that seem like? The same principles kind of apply on social media as well.
Indirectly, work will come to you.
I think another very nice guide is other countries that have laws. So I'm also licensed to practice in the UK, and we have to sign a disclaimer every year that we are following the GMC's Good Medical Practice Guide, where they have very strict rules on how you can technically show testimonials on social media while also maintaining patient anonymity and also not breaching any ethical guidelines. So if you're ever in a fix and you're not sure how to present something, you can just download the Good Medical Practice Guideline from the GMC or any other country that does something like this.
Yeah, that would be a good way. So, Siddharth, this question is from all the new nephrologists who would want to use Google My Business because they've just started their practice. Not many people know them, and they have a very disadvantage of being amongst seniors who are in that area. So how you can use the advantage of Google My Business and reach something which is called good nephrologist in my area. When somebody searches, the search engine takes them to these 3 names in which the new person's nephrologist name also figures. So how do you maximize the usage of Google My Business page? What are the tricks and hacks?
As I think probably throughout the talks we've been hearing, so at least for basics, we can straightforward go to Google search and just make your own profile. So most of, at least all of us, whether we are in that young age or whether in a senior, most important thing is visibility. So today's world where most of, like for my father, if he has to search some doctor, he's not going to search it on his own. He's going to either ask me or my wife कि मुझे ये doctor के पास जाना है. And what is the best way? I'm not going to go and search बाजू बाजू में पूछ के. I'm going to just open my Google page for a restaurant, for anything. So that's important to have your own page or at least your availability. What it answers on Google business page. One is, who am I? where am I available and what are my timings. Very important for all of us to schedule anything. So even if you're not doing whatever, like probably to become famous or to have multiple views, at least basic awareness for anyone who's searching should be there on that. So if any one of us doesn't have a Google business page, we should make it. It's very easy. It's a 10-minute job which probably gives you a clinic address, a Google direction, timings, and basic what you do. Then of course you have multiple upgradations to that, which can always be done as a part and parcel. Number two, like Sir said, so SEO or search engine optimization, which we routinely see, there is a lot to it to add. You have agencies who keeps on seeing you to keep you on first three. So if you write down nephrologist in Ghatkopar, you will find out probably some of the first two names. So that is how you can go up. Practo is one more thing. So more and more platforms you are enrolled, you will be seen, like what Agni showed, that even if he's not on any page, you write his name, he will be seen on all. He'll Practo, he'll be seen on Google page, he'll be seen on Just Dial. So whatever available things are there, everyone will, because you have profiles in each of them. And that sources are already paying Google to show them on the page. So if I have 10 profiles, like I have profile on Fortis, it will be shown on that. Because someone who's putting Lakhani or someone who's putting nephrologist, everything will be seen. So depending on number of profiles you're attached, like number of hospitals is making your profile, you're yourself making your profile, or you have attachments there. So that is important at least to be available whenever you're seeing. It may happen that we are very good in practice, but we don't have any. So new patients, what she rightly said, to how to, probably Agni said, how will you catch up of new patients? So this is an easy way, because your knowledge will be seen when it is probably visible. That is what today's world asks for. So I think visibility is important, and how to contact you. So if I want to contact Dr. Umesh Khanna, I may not have his direct number. So I have to have something on page where I can see and I can put it. So we have, everything has that own thing, and it is very easy. One click away, someone opens Google, says Lakhani, and just calls, and directly I can receive a call.
So according to you, almost everybody should have at least a
page
GMB page, whether they are in private practice or group practice or in a corporate anyway.
And as difficult as it is to get on that first page, it's also difficult to get a bad SEO out. Because I remember when I had started practice, I had joined Wokhart Hospital for a few months, and they had done a photo shoot and they'd put me up on their website. Now, after I left, for the next 2 years, whenever somebody searched, that page would still pop out. Because that corporate hospital ka SEO is so good that it took a long time for my other website and everything else to come up. So we should also be careful on where we are putting up, because in case you ever want to get out of it, it can be a challenge.
It's a very important point,
So I think the ownership of your Google My Business page should be with you. You should be in charge of the information that is being put out on your behalf. So like you said, many hospitals will create accounts on your behalf, and it's very difficult to get rid of that. That kind of haunts you even after the hospital is shut down in many instances.
Yeah, exactly.
And he spoke about SEO managers or SEO companies. Now all these people will come to your clinic and ask, quote humongous prices. Many a times, a lot of these companies are doing it for every nephrologist in that area. So how do you trust the work that they're doing? I have had companies who have approached me, and they've approached all nephrologists in that particular area, and they're handling the Google My Business page SEO optimization of everyone. How do you justify good practices there? How do you kind of understand that they will do the right job for you? I think it's always better to grow organically on social media rather than depending on somebody else to do the work for you that you are supposed to do. A good thing would be to create a GMB page. It's very easy, 10 minutes. The challenge that initially takes is to put your number out there, because nowadays Google has started taking time to verify the phone number. So it may take a few weeks for your phone number to appear on your profile. Do not panic. You can just add your number and send a mail to the Google team. They will verify it and they will update your phone number there. Don't panic about it. Don't hire a SEO company just for your number to come up there. It happens organically. I have not hired an SEO company till now. Yet I get about 5 to 7 patients or 10 patients a week from Google. And the only thing that you need to do is give right information there. Post your clinic photos there yourself, because everybody can post it there. Keep updating some post or the other, maybe once a week or once in 15 days, just to stay relevant, and take reviews wherever you can. I think that is something that can be organically done to grow on GMB.
Somebody asked a question, yeah?
platforms, one of the key important that you should be on regular posting that to keep you on top of it. So, and everybody told that eventually all of us are get exhausted of our contents. So how frequency is any frequency dependent on each and every platform, or how frequency you should post it on each and every platform? How we should optimize ourselves, because we all are in our day-to-day practice very busy in our. So according to you, for any profession, how frequency should anybody post their content to be on the top, or to be at least a few in ranking?
Simple content. You attended this meeting today, click a selfie, attended Medfluence conference. That's a post on GMB. So if you shared a session, a photograph there, put it out there. That's a content on GMB. I'm not talking about other social media platforms. For your Google My Business page, you can just share. If you have been part of any conference, that's a good enough material for your patient to read that, okay, this guy is academically sound. He's trying, on a weekend, he's not enjoying, but he's spending time to learn more about his craft.
How mean.
Work-life balance. Work-life balance. Yeah.
This is not enjoyment.
Yeah.
Also, when you are...
My wife's in the audience, so my work-life balance is there.
You've got your balance together here. Also, when you're creating content, and there will be a time when you are exhausted. So for those times, keep some content backup. Like for Twitter, even for Insta, for YouTube, I'm sure you must be having some, like I can draft some posts and tweets and keep them as a backup. Today I'm very excited. I have 10 ideas in my mind. I'll create 10 of those, but I won't post 10 of them today. I'll post them two times a week, 3 times a week, 4 times a week. So they are for those non-content days when my mind is like completely shut down.
I think when we learn mathematics, first we learn arithmetic, then we learn algebra, then we go to calculus. The problem is हम यहाँ calculus से शुरू करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. I think if we all, honestly, this is my honest advice, is just start recording. Record करो, कुछ भी डालो आप, हवा में डालो, throw it into the void. Once you get into the habit of doing it is when you'll understand what challenges you're going to face. हम शुरू ही करते हैं कि भाई हम अच्छा सेटअप करके बढ़िया स्टूडियो बना के फैंसी माइक लेके सारी AI यूज करके एडिटिंग करके करेंगे. Screw all of that.
Yeah.
because you're talking to a settled population, so that's the difference. If you're talking to someone who's just starting, it's a different thing.
Yeah, I think this
Everyone
conference is
settled
meant
at their
for...
practice, so they want something to do which is far above they're already at a certain level. So doing something like probably what Agni said, he's just 30. So even if he does something which is very mischievous, they may like, if I go and speak something, people will think, "Arey, kya bol raha hai? What is he talking?"
But that might bring you patience. That's the thing. It might give a different sort of personality to you online.
Everyone cannot be Dr. Khanna, very can be jolliest at whatever age, and he's really doing it well.
So मैं बूढ़ा आदमी अगर कर रहे हैं तो बाकी लोगों को करने में क्या प्रॉब्लम है?
Yeah, I would really again recommend everybody start with plus minus. उसके आगे तो
I had zero knowledge.
आप खुद सीखते जाओगे. आप खुद सीखते जाओगे because when you'll see results, no, eventually you'll see your own. I'm not saying in terms of the views you'll get. I'm saying आपको अपने first video से अपने 10th video के बीच में अंतर नजर आएगा. और वो नजर आएगा that will motivate you because honestly doctors हैं, हमें घिसने की आदत है, हमें self improvement की बहुत ज़्यादा आदत है. You will not be satisfied if you see your first video and the 10th video is the same. You will automatically push yourself. So just start and don't jump to calculus. I think that's one thing we all start messing up on.
Like medical practice, we'll need to learn on the go while with content creation. So this question, because of the conversation or the content was going on, you mentioned something about SEO managers, hiring SEO managers. So how do you justify that the company is good and ethical, and because there are many out there who claim to be SEO experts?
Yeah, and I think the same question to Agni, why Practo over others? Similar thing, yeah.
So one thing is, when I was looking for SEO managers for my website, I found few who came and said, look, we have these 20 doctors under us. I hired them and I realized they don't know anything about their job. Then I approached few others, hit and go, and then one company gave me a good audit of my website. These are the places you are lacking, your website is not even WordPress, you should change that, and so on. They give a very detailed audit. Then they gave me a timeline and some estimate of how the growth would be like if I hire them and how would be the expenses. So if someone is really professional and structured, at least first tick is in place. Second, you hire them and then work around. I mean, understand if they are really standing up to what they have committed. So I think this is the only practical way. There is no other benchmark to gauge if that company is really doing good. They should know their job. They should give you a good audit which should make sense, not just rant about their successes and the companies that are under there. So if they know the process, then the outcome will follow.
Yeah. Agni?
So why Practo? Because
No, just like that. I mean,
no. Why Practo? Because that's the only legitimate heavy gravitas platform which is there. Instagram is for masti for me. YouTube पे informational videos जाते हैं. LinkedIn is a very professional page with just my qualifications and all. I don't post anything on LinkedIn. So if a patient wants to see, because we also book appointments through Practo, so that's why my testimonials are on Practo, and that's the only place where I can legally take any sort of testimonials. I can't put testimonials up anywhere. I don't have that. Practo पे अच्छा हो बुरा हो, अभी तो अच्छा चल रहा है, लोग दे सकते हैं.
So if you are a nephrologist, आपने Practo से link करके कर दिया. Next month I join in that area and I pay Practo. मेरा ऊपर आ जाएगा, आपका नीचे चला जाएगा.
That's the problem with Practo.
So I'm just asking this because it's a practical issue.
First-hand experience on that. So probably, as you said, so Practo is like till the time you keep on paying them, they're going to boost you. So I had probably for 2016 to 2020, 4 years subscription continuity. 20 to 23 in that COVID period I stopped. So name went down and probably immediately everything changes off. So where probably you are on a higher page with all positive reviews, someone who wants appointment, the name goes changed.
Yeah.
So depending only on a probably a platform which has not your credentials as a part, but they will decide who pays more, like he said, and it is area wise. So if you take 3 areas, you will definitely be more on the stronger side. So like probably for Western, if I take from Andheri to Borivali, all 3 areas on my name, I will be definitely for someone who's just taken Kandivali. And they have per area 3 slots, 2 slots, depending on what they have. So probably only depending will be very difficult. Otherwise, you have to be a constant payer of them for whatever years you do.
So
if you stop, then it is going to go down.
So Agni is getting all these references because of your Instagram and not because of Practo.
That's what, I'm not getting it through my Practo, but Practo is because we also we get patients through Practo. Sometimes they can book an online consultation with us. And also, if I was to be very brutally honest, my Practo subscription is paid by the clinic, the administration. I'm not paying a single penny.
I think everybody knows that for Practo to take you in front,
like
you need to.
It doesn't. मेरी जेब से पैसा जा नहीं रहा. Patient खुश होके गया.
But somebody
डाल दो
pays.
testimonial.
How do you handle Just Dial? Because it's the most irritating platform. Even if you don't want to be a part of it, you're a part of it. And you get 1,000 calls a week. So anybody knows how to
just
handle it.
register on Just Dial, don't pay. So I think because whosoever wants contacts is easy.
Don't dial only. Keyur. Oh, okay. This is from the horse's mouth. So fair enough. Yeah, you had some question?
Everyone spoke about Instagram, Facebook, everything. Nobody spoke about LinkedIn. Why is LinkedIn not?
No, I think Siddharth spoke on LinkedIn.
I know, but very, very. I mean, I think you are also not very pro LinkedIn.
One strategy that I found people employing on LinkedIn is that, of course, it's only professional contacts it will go to, is that anytime they go to a conference,
The time which you spend zoning out in the lecture, they've taken loads of pictures, uploaded all of them on LinkedIn along with, 1 or 2 paragraphs, and it keeps cropping up on the feed because people will attend at least 2 conferences in a month. And so then you know that your LinkedIn feed is like just going to keep going on.
Right. I think for 500 rupees or something, and you can get 1.8 million views and stuff. So I just want to know how authentic. Should we even boost this?
No, absolutely. I think LinkedIn is good for somebody who is looking up your credibility. So like I said, it's sort of like your online CV. Nowadays, you can't send your CV to a patient. But if your patient wants to know how qualified you are, LinkedIn would be the place to go. YouTube, Instagram, they don't really tell a patient how qualified you are, whereas LinkedIn does do that. The downside of it, and maybe this could be my bias, is it's difficult to get a lot of reach on LinkedIn. So you may not expect a lot of people who don't know you to find you on LinkedIn, and for that content funnel to trickle down to actual patients showing up in your clinic. So discoverability on LinkedIn would be less as compared to Instagram and YouTube, but establishing credibility would be more on LinkedIn. Yes, sure. Absolutely, yeah.
The other point in consuming LinkedIn content is if you've not registered, you don't get to read. So if I search Siddharth Warrior on LinkedIn and I don't have a LinkedIn account, or if I'm not logged in, I cannot read it. I cannot even read the first page. So it's difficult to reach the content on LinkedIn, and you need to decide your target audience. So if your target audience is professionals, you should definitely boost your presence on LinkedIn. But if your target audience is general public, it may be not the right platform.
And it's very apt.
So if I don't log in to LinkedIn, I cannot read anything on your page.
Their
So,
subscription strategy is also like it charges
difficult.
a lot.
It's difficult to create an account,
it's a little
log in.
off.
Job oriented.
Yeah.
Then you are sorted.
He said correctly, it's a CV which is there permanently placed there.
And there's no recurrent interaction or engagement. It's one time.
Yeah.
Once I have seen, I know you, what you do, what your skill set are, and that's it. I won't come again back on your side.
The other
on LinkedIn, that's all that.
The other thing is that LinkedIn is not very patient oriented as a platform.
Correct.
I would go and meet Dr. Warrior and Dr. Agni on LinkedIn. I am not going to go see, I don't know, an astrophysicist on LinkedIn. It's not an, if you're talking about indirectly advertising ourselves, I don't think LinkedIn may be the best platform for that. To answer your second question about boosting, do not do that. The platform will pick it up and they will start banning your profile. One great way of understanding if somebody has boosted their numbers is look at their follower count and look at their engagement. If I have 1.7 million followers and if my reel is not reaching at least 100,000 people at the bare minimum, if it's getting 20,000 views, if it's getting 100 views, and I can show you profiles like that. It's very easy for young people to pick it up, and I think you want to be aware of that because डॉक्टर के पास जाने से पहले हर बच्चे का इन्वॉल्वमेंट होता है, स्पेशली अगर उनकी सोशल मीडिया प्रेजेंस है और वो प्रोफाइल देख के एक बार में बता देंगे इन्होंने फर्जी नंबर बढ़ा रखे हैं, इन्होंने फॉलोअर्स खरीद रखे हैं.
One more thing I'd like to say to you, don't get into boosting. Why? Because if you boost, let's say we are sitting at 100 followers. ठीक है, fair enough. Boost किया, that video had 1 million views. Realistically speaking, your next video, which you're not going to boost, will never be able to achieve that traction. So the algorithm will be assuming कि आपका हर एक वीडियो अगर उतना 1 million views नहीं क्रॉस कर पा रहा, आपका नॉर्मल ऑर्गेनिक वीडियो भी it will start falling. So don't get into boosting.
Yeah.
Not related to the topic, just मैम ने जो क्राइटेरिया बताया मेरा चैनल वैसा है लेकिन मैंने कभी बूस्ट नहीं किया है तो वो उसके और भी रीजंस मैं बताऊंगा.
Yeah.
So this thing of boosting on specifically on Twitter, there's something known as shadow banning. So if I do follow for follow, I follow, I buy subscribers or followers, the algorithm is built in such a way that I'll be banned. They can actually suspend my account also. So especially on platforms where the algorithm is very stringent and very strict, then definitely we should not use all those. The more organically you grow on social media, the more sustainable it is. It might be different for Google My Business profile, but it is 101% true for all the other platforms. More organic content it is, the more better your future will be on social media.
Shady things done with GMB also, GMB is banned. So GMB also, you need to be clean in your approach.
Shady nahi and shandy nahi lagana, both.
If I can just ask one question about Google Ads. This is to the panel and to the audience. Yeah. So if you have a Google page, I know that when you search for some things, pehle ka 3-4 results might be ads. So what happens if a doctor pays money to boost their website up? Is that a positive or a net negative?
So if you search the best nephrologist in Mumbai right now, you will get an Ayurvedic practitioner as the first person. Which is an ad which is mentioned over there. The good thing about that is
it is mentioned,
sponsored.
Sponsored
or ad by Google. So I personally am not a fan of paying money for social media. I personally believe that organic growth is what should be focused upon, and that goes a long way. Like Divya said, you need to grow organically. You need to be honest out there, and the world will see your honesty through your posts and through your work there. So I personally don't feel that we should pay any money for social media.
We hear you had some questions.
So, is it again a form of advertising or medical legally? What is the thing? Like you're making a Google My Business page. Like as you said, many SEOs organizers approached me. I used to just avoid them saying, no, my medical council probably doesn't allow me this, and I used to block their numbers and all. And that is the way, I just avoid them. That's the way. So how the avoidance was the reason for the medical legal purpose. So how do we actually make this?
So one is making a page, as I said. So 6 months back, so I have a patient coming to me from the same tower I stay. But that patient never knew that I stay here and I'm a kidney specialist.
Yeah.
So anyone who's searching is going to search what you're searching on Google. So the page, making a page is not a problem. So you are just making yourself aware. Like you said, organic things, putting some things wrong or putting some things which is probably going to harm you. This is not, we're just asking probably to make a page and make people aware. It may be happening that because you work the whole day, you are not aware that someone is there. And that patient came and told me, I stay in the same tower, I stay on the 6th floor, you're on the 2nd floor, I never knew that. So that is just probably making yourself aware that I am available at this and this time, I am a kidney specialist and I take care of stones, kidney, dialysis. So people don't know what a nephrologist means. Differentiating between a kidney doctor or a nephrologist, urologist is sometimes difficult. So just simply saying what all I do and where am I available, that is what my page says. It doesn't tell you anything else. So it's just searching yourself.
Yeah, I think, this last question, because all good things have to come to an end.
A lot of doctors have their own websites. Is Google My Business sufficient, or you should have your own website? And do these websites, do they charge a subscription fee for a year or so? And secondly, if the websites are, is it like a very static thing, like people just say something about me, or what services do they offer? Or it's something which has to be updated regularly?
So again, like we showed some parameters of the YouTube algorithm. Website has its own search engine. Google websites have their own search engine algorithm. So, but the main baseline of that algorithm is blogs. You have to place a lot of blogs regularly. They have to go as backlinks to other websites which are strong websites. And more you do that, the more your website comes on top. Of course, there are hundreds of other parameters which the agencies handle, including how fast your website uploading time is and similar parameters which depends on the server and those type of issues. But the content has to be blogs, and that has to be backlinked to other websites through which the patient reaches your website. Their overall experience and content they should stay on the blog long. They should click on some CTAs that you have given in the blog. So your website will eventually rank up and up in the search term. If someone searches how to treat a kidney stone, your blog will come on top. So similarly, so yeah, it has a SEO, and the agency should be doing that part.
So I think the hunger for knowledge seems to be much more than the hunger for food. But okay, last. You can't refuse Nikita, so I think this will be the last question then.
So as a early career nephrologist like me, how much amount of money per month I have to spend for all this thing to start?
Zero. Nothing. Zero. Why you want to spend money?
So you saved a lot of money today, Nikita. Yeah, I think the cost for, as somebody said, एक iPhone से कर सकते हैं, but later on, of course, the cost.
It is super variable. It depends on what you So for example, to be honest, I spend around $1 lakh a month for my agency, for my shooting, my scripting, shooting, editing, SEO, publishing, and so on, including Instagram, YouTube. But 100% of my practice is YouTube dependent. So I don't mind spending that because it gives me much more returns. So it depends how much you want to outsource, how much you want to do yourself, whether you want to go completely independent just on that practice alone, or it is more of a awareness, passion, and some extra patients is just bonus. So it depends completely on that. It's up to you. I started maybe with 20,000 a month. Now I pay 1 lakh a month, sometimes more. So it is super variable actually.
Today's session was to Phuket mein, how do you start your social media thing? Once you reach that level, yes, you may have
Basically, you have to cover on all prospects when you start your practice. So as a part of PR agency, as a part of meeting local doctors, so whenever you're starting as a new, at least have free profiles on all the media. There is nothing you have to pay. when you start with everything free, then you realize how much you're getting from what, like Dr. Gangwani said. Once he realized that he's getting more and more from YouTube, he started investing more and more. So at least make free profiles like on Just Dial, Google My Page, Librate, Practo, everything has a free profiles. Make free at least, which will at least someone will see you on first 10, first 20
Correct.
numbers in your area. There's no harm in that.
So start with Phuket, and now let me close this session by thanking the audience first for being so actively involved in the discussions. Tanay has been very, very kind enough to fly from Allahabad, Prayagraj, to help us understand how she has reached where she has. And then we have Agni and Siddharth and Gaurav, all of whom are content creators, influencers in their own way. And then to add some spice to the discussion, we have Divya, Smriti, and Siddharth, and of course Akash. So thank you everybody for making this session extremely lively, educative, and useful. And I must thank EverVital and its team for being extremely good hosts and giving us this platform to reach Mumbai Nephrology Group and Mumbai Kidney Foundation fans and all the nephrologists. Thank you, EverVital, and I'm sure there'll be a very sumptuous lunch at the end of this. Thank you, everyone. And I think we'll close with that. Thank you.